Whoa! What's good, What's good, everybody? What is good? We got AV Media Namer in the building. What's up, fellas? Little impromptu, but hey, for those coming in, please shout out yourself, and let me know you're here. Thundercats. Oh, one more time. For those who love Bria Miles, Thundercats, He-Man, and Captain America being black. Walaikum salam, Philip. How you doing, Philip? And thank you for sharing your testimony the other day. It was well needed. We got the outlaw. Nice. Hallis. AB said Charles Faulkner Jr. I hate to say it. No, I take that back. Hammer should not be allowed on panels until he learns how to talk to grown men. Woo! Well, Gina, what's up? In the words of Coolio, here it goes. I'm gonna say something, Hammer. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe, donate. Share this to your people who need to hear it. I'm gonna say this. Hammer, the men may not like it, but guess what they can't stop the women from doing? Sleeping with men of other cultures. As a matter of fact, I'm going to highlight you again, Hammer. The one thing they used to give from other cultures to stop pillaging and waging war was to marry off their pretty daughters. When you go to foreign countries, the first damn thing they try to do to you is get their daughters married off to you. So, if you're trying to make an excuse about other cultures of men messing with their women, I got one phrase for you. Not impressed. In case you missed it. Yep. I'm not impressed. And I'm going to tell you something, man. Excuse me for chewing. Haven't eaten all day. The issue with your generation, for the most part, is that you guys have no respect for masculine authority, no respect for masculine wisdom. And it shows. If you're a man of means, which damn near all American men are pretty much when entering these other countries, there's not a damn thing they can have. There's not a damn thing they can say or do. But because you're brought up in this feminized society, you don't understand what it means to be a man who can do whatever the fuck he chooses to do. Give me a woo if y'all can hear me. If I'm coming in clear. I'm going to say this because last night on Arthur Styles' panel, I noticed a lot of people are doing things that are borderline, if not totally disrespectful on my man's arts panels that you would not have done if it was my panel, Angry Man's panel, BGS's panel. And I'm going to say this. Let me try something to come back in and out. What about now? And I'm going to say something to that. You need to realize when you're in a position or a situation where you're talking to men of a higher age bracket. Let me put it to you this way, right? Where do we get the audacity to tell a grown man what he can and cannot do? Where do we get that? Because only in the black community we feel as though or think as though we can tell grown ass men what to do. And I even stopped you and tried to save your dignity by telling you, you're not telling us anything new. I find it very incredible that a guy who goes to Howard, where I've told you it's 72% women to 28% men, and you can't find one female to even go on a date. You're trying to tell men who've been married, have kids, and some even grandkids about shit that you never even experienced. Do you understand and comprehend how disingenuous that truly is? See, back in the day, we had to go to like barbershops, lounges, group meetings to have conversations like this. We had to do that. But you were very respectful what you said because a guy would have punched you in your damn mouth for being disrespectful. But a lot of people are breezing, and I mean just breezing, because social media makes champions out of cowards. A lot of you, fam, don't even understand how much you would be doing this, running. Maybe those men don't want you to fuck their women because they know they can actually intimidate you. But for other men, when you're the top of the food chain, you do what you want. And you telling me that you're very close to your father, that I do not believe. Mr. Stanford said, I'm a Gen Z, and I see, and what I see is a lot of Gen Zs is subservient to their moms, but are tyrants to their dads. Facts. Facts. I'm an older Gen Z, the first Gen Z of 1997. Let's be honest. Most women do not find white men sexually attractive. They don't. Even black women who marry white men, guess who they're usually cheating with? Guess who they're usually cheating with? When black men in the military go places, the only way they can keep their women away from them is to lock them up. So you're going to tell a military guy who foreign women prefer if you only been to your home country in America. Spoken like a true God with no experience. This is me, Hammer. This is me. This is me. You can't pull that bullshit on me, and I'm a very well-traveled man. I was a well-traveled man before I was even your age that you're currently now. This is all you're doing right now, Hammer. This is all you're doing. You're deflecting. You're trying to tell a guy who's as well-traveled as me what women of other cultures and races prefer. Shout out to Electrician 480, one of the faithful. Shout out to the Colonel of the Law, Private Security. Woo! Support black male media. Can't say it better myself. Talk to them all, Mike. This is what some of you young guys need.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
Salute to you, saluting to. And one thing I'll say about a lot of guys who frequent my channel and others, y'all do support black male media. Thank God for you guys. AB Media said, Charles Faulkner, don't talk about pink pill. Cough. Oops, did I say that out loud? Exactly. See, when you're a multifaceted man, how are you going to tell multifaceted men they're not picked around this damn world? Wasn't one of the so-called stereotypes of us as being of our sexual prowess? Look what Outlaw 720 said. Every black man in the military or with a passport reports to me that the women in foreign countries go crazy for. But you also have the older men that women keep around who are punks and also get in the way of boys becoming men. Stop talking about Hammer like that. Let's go back to this. They prefer. I'm going to say what I said last night once again. My dude, you're making Howard look real bad. You're making him look badly. Because you are absent of critical thought. You're really absent of critical thought. I know you're from another country, but you probably heard of miscegenation laws that were invoked in the United States to keep black men from dating, marrying, or interacting with white women. If other races of women preferred us so much, why the fuck did they make laws to keep us away from them? There's 200 million more black women than black men. If they were so interested with white men, why don't they go chase them? Riddle me that one, black man. Riddle us that one. Knights Palace said Biden just made it law for interracial marriages to be federally protected as of 2022. Come on, Hammer. See, we could do the one-on-one thing, but riddle me this one. If we are so not preferred, they literally made laws against us, interacting, mingling, and mating with their women. The fuck out of here. I think Hammer lost his worthiness. I really want you to think about that. Admixture is actually a natural occurrence, okay? Human beings have a natural deficit of not being around the same people. They actually had to shoo some of the men to another culture or plane so they would not end up with inbreeding. How can we be concubines if we never had to acquiesce to their culture? Those are not hard facts. Those are not hard facts. You know why? Because there's plenty of black men who've been married for decades to non-white, non-black women or non-ADOS women. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Let me ask you this question, Hammer. How much military and travel experience do you have? I mean, we got the snowman who's married to a white woman right now. Riddle him that. You're embarrassing yourself, kid. 2 nights in a row. Shout out to LAPD SWAT 1. Good evening, Colonel F. Hammer is a prime example why we need to have a black Nuremberg type trials. Yes. We need a rites of passage so men like him can stop biatching. Okay? Stop biatching. He's up there like this, sexually frustrated. I'll get you for this, He-Man. I'm going to tell you something, man. You're making Gen Zs look bad. And here's why. Here's why. People in your generation, right? And I got a 19-year-old right here. And he'll tell you, at some point, you got to listen to wiser counsel who's been there before, right? Because if you go through this world thinking you know every goddamn thing, how quickly will you find out you don't know shit? You're gonna go through this world and people are gonna shit on you because you're not willing to learn. This is what happens when you don't have rites of passage for young men. He trying to tell me that other women of other races do not prefer black men. Since when did that happen? As soon as they discovered black men, they had to put laws in place. Bitch, stop fucking that donkey dick motherfucker over there. Stop it. He's trying to, this is the guy I was telling you about who's 20, who goes to Howard, and he's still a virgin. Yeah. Wow. Wow. That's funny. That's sad. Them bitches are throwing pussy around like this at pussy. This is how bitches up there throwing pussy right there. Go. That's how they throwing pussy up there. So you telling me you go to an HBCU and they prefer white men at that HBCU? See, this how they throwing pussy up there, Howard. Throwing that bitch. So you telling me how many women were checking for you, which is a damn good question, Detroit 313. Because we got to get to the gates of this. Do y'all want, I'm going to leave it up to y'all. Do y'all want Hammer to come up on the panel and answer for himself? If yes, give me a woo. If not, give me a hell no. We got one for no. Oh, no. We got one for yes, which is woo. We got 2, 3. Let's see. Let's get the votes out. 4 or 5. I didn't even go to college, but when I went to the white side of town, white women were aggressive. AB said, hell nah. Congress say yeah. Take some damn water. This is gonna be entertaining. Come on, Hammer. What we're not gonna do is do the run-on sentences like you like. Come on. This is for Hammer and Hammer only. Come on. Tell me how much. Tell me of a well-traveled man how much women of other places don't prefer black men. Come on. Tell a guy who's twice your age and 4 times your experience. Where are you, Hammer? Hammer, Hammer, I am. Hammer, Hammer, I am. Where you at, Hammer? Oh. Let me give you a little bit of encouragement, all right? I know y'all gonna call me an asshole for this, but let me give my boy a little bit of encouragement, okay? Let me give him a little bit of encouragement. Let's give him a little bit of encouragement, okay? Come on, where are you?
All right, can you hear me? Hello?
We're here. Had to play some motivating music for you. Now, at 20 years old,
Yeah.
and you only been to 2 countries, right? Your country of origin and this one, right?
Yeah.
How many years do you think I did in the military?
I don't know, and it doesn't really matter. To be
It
honest.
does. I did a decade.
That's well, great. I'm not going to be here for that long, but that's not a point of my arguments. And I don't know why nobody wants to address what I'm actually saying.
See,
I'll have to admit in the end that look, the point of argument stands, which is that fundamentally, okay, when it comes to black men, when it comes to these non-black communities, it is not their culture is very racist, and that also includes black men. And so the same with the men in these
You know
cultures.
what you fundamentally are forgetting? Black American men have the ability to take those women outside their culture and have done so for decades.
That's another misconception. Okay.
That's not a misconception.
Some of
You
guys,
gotta notice this. You gotta notice this.
If a black
Many of servicemen have done this successfully and stayed married till death.
Those are great anecdotal experiences.
And guess what? That's not anecdotal. That's factual. That's actually factual.
On
so
level, right? But
so do you know that they had to put laws in order for black men not to marry white women? So what does that mean? They stop something that naturally occurs. How do you think the human race has gotten to the point that it's been now? People staying in one spot?
People migrating.
So people migrated. And then what happens when they met with other people? What happened?
Yeah, they would either conquer and erase the territory.
No. People migrated. They traveled. They shared crops. They shared tools. They shared jewelry.
Yeah,
and they also shared what?
Conflict.
But guess what happened even after war and conflict?
It wasn't just a.
Guess what happened even after they showed conflict, Hammer? They did what?
Yeah, I said something.
They didn't answer the question, Hammer.
I just said it. Sometimes they would mix.
Sometimes or majority of the time, because in other words, there was a lot of mixing going on.
They race.
Not just conflict, there's just travel.
You would have tribes, nations, groups, but this, of course, they're doing the hunters-gatherers age, right? When people actually settled down during the agrarian age, they actually settled the territory. Then you had ethnic groups, nation states formed. So this is a different periods. What I'm talking about right now is the fact that when you look on individually, you're always gonna have this. There's nothing is an absolute. I'm saying in general, on a collective level, if I go to a Hispanic woman and I bring a white dude and a black American, they're gonna go with the white dude. They will only go with not even a black man. Let's just say, but it doesn't matter if he's Nigerian. It doesn't matter where he's from, really. If it's a black man, if I bring a white dude.
Are you talking about your experiences or most black men? Yeah.
Right there.
Let me ask you something. How many women did you lose? How many women did you lose to a white man?
None.
Let me learn you something here, kid.
So now
no. Hold up. It's my turn. We're gonna teach you. It's my turn. Number one, I'm a wrestler by trade. Okay.
That's great.
I wrestled in Germany, Amsterdam, and Russia at 16 internationally. I was only one of two black men who went to the damn tournament of 120 wrestlers. Those white girls moved the white boys out the way to speak to me. And I wasn't putting myself out there for them because I'm not even attracted to them. So maybe that might be your experience, but that's not a lot of black men's experience.
Yeah, my experience, your experience.
How many women come up to you and tell you? Let me ask you this, Hammer. How many women come up to you and say they find you attractive?
I have not. Very rare, but that's not about my individual experience.
No. I'm asking you this for a question.
Very rarely, if not any.
So why? Have they ever complimented you?
I don't care.
You don't care. You need to care because guess what? All men are in competition with each other. That's just rule number one. If you don't put yourself out there in a competitive, space, then you can't complain about the men who are competing.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with me.
It has everything to do with competition. You're trying to say that these women will bypass a decent looking black man for a decent looking white man. That has not happened unless they were culturally taught that way.
Yes, they will. If they see,
no, they won't.
Yes, they will. If a white guy and a black guy are there, if I go to a Spanish chick, especially an Asian chick, oh my god, a Spanish chick, Asian chick, and I bring a white guy, let's do this, right? Let's do this. I have a black man and a white dude next to me. The black guy and the white dude are both the same. Very good with the white dude.
Let me ask you something.
I can promise you that right now.
Let me ask you this question, Hammer. Let me ask you this question. Have you yourself successfully, while on Howard's campus, walked up to a woman and successfully gotten her number or contact information?
I'm like,
yes or no?
With interracial thing.
No. Yes or no?
No. Does that like?
So in other words, you're trying to shit on successful men with women while you have not even put yourself out there to play the game.
I am talking about the collective. Once again, you keep
bringing the collective of this.
I'm talking about the collective.
Let me ask you this.
You deny the facts
Hammer. Let me say this. If they had to make miscegenation laws to keep black men from marrying and dating white women, that means they were afraid of what?
They were afraid of having mixed children, yes.
They were afraid of not only mixed children, they were afraid that the competition was not on their side.
No, man. Okay.
Because what happened when you started giving women choice?
I'm like, so they increased number of women being single mothers, but most of them still deal with it.
But what happened when you gave them the freedom of choice? They picked who they wanted to fuck, right?
Yeah, and most of them still deal within their own group. So
most people still deal within their group.
Yeah,
but here's the problem. Here's the problem. We have something that's called gentrification, right? So a lot of these black neighborhoods and white neighborhoods are being intermingled. And guess who's taking a lot of people to the prom? Guess who's dating who? Notice, why are black women complaining about Bronny James? You just had a picture of 7 to 10 black males taking nothing but white females to the goddamn prom.
Yeah, but that's not happening on
but that's happening more and more because the barriers of the blocking of admixture are coming down. Do you really think I would have an issue getting a white woman?
I don't know. I don't care, really.
You should care because would you have an issue? Matter of fact, I'll make it even better for you. From your country, right? How hard would it be for me to get one of your women?
I don't know. I don't really care. If you want to, you can. It doesn't matter to me.
How easy would it be for you?
I don't know. I haven't been in a while. But it doesn't really care to me. But once again, we could keep dodging the question.
Once again, we're not dodging it because a lot of these women, when they're in contact with black men, they're still going after them. They're still fucking them. Guess what? Many of white girls who go to PWIs fuck black men.
And who do they marry and have kids with when they're done?
A lot of them now are having kids. Who the fuck cares if they having kids and marrying? Guess what? She got more black cock than her than the fucking than the Alfred Hitchcock movie. So
it goes back to what I was saying, right?
Because in other words, her marrying doesn't have to do nothing with her mating choices. If she can have the ability to have sex and not get pregnant, who is she going to choose to fuck?
A lot of them will go because black men are the concubines. So yes, you guys are a concubine class, but that's all it is.
We're not the concubine class.
Okay. Which group of men are known for having sexual prowess across the world? It's not white men. It's not Asian men. Black men.
No. We're going to go back to you. You said white men are preferred, and they only prefer for their money. So you just said that white men around the world are preferred because of their money, right? Because of their money, right? So now you just made white men. You just said white men are the biggest cucks in the world.
Okay. I just told.
They're cucks.
Let me explain.
They're cucks, right? She doesn't really want him. She just wants his money. So he's a
It's not
cuck.
just about the money.
So guess what?
Okay.
Guess who's that white girl
men
who's gonna go
prefer
cheat on?
because
She's gonna cheat with
white
that
people-
big cock of a man called a black one.
White men are preferred. It's not just about the money. Right? They are viewed as having a highest status on the global stage. Okay, white people are viewed as being the top rank everywhere. That's the perspective.
But guess what? If they're so top, why do they have to make laws to keep black men from dating their women?
Can be basic looking and still have all these non-black women fawning over him. He could be.
And guess what? Guess what? A black guy from the projects, all he got to do is just walk around and he'll get the women that she dream of.
No. In fact, I'll say this.
Yeah.
I will bring a bottom shelf.
Okay. No. Bring up the women that you can impress to bring here. Bring up that. That has plenty to do with it. You can't talk about somebody's experience if you have none to bring up yourself.
I'm not trying to get non-black women. I'm not even trying to date right now. So why does it? Because the kids.
So in other words, why are you trying to shit on men who deal with women on a daily basis and you don't?
I'm trying to keep dudes honest the way I keep divestors honest.
No. Keep yourself honest. Keep yourself honest first.
No,
if you don't have the ability to talk to women, don't shit on the men who can.
All I'm saying is that.
All I'm saying is stop shitting on men's choice. Do black men have a choice of who they can date and marry?
Most of you guys don't have the choice.
Do black men have a choice in who they date and marry?
Black men as a collective.
Do black men have a choice on who they get date and marry?
They don't, especially when it comes to marriage. They don't. Now, if you want to be
so we don't have a choice.
Yes, there's a.
You have a good night, Hammer. You have a good night, Hammer.
Huh?
So black men don't have a choice in who they date.
Black men don't have the choices they think they have. It's actually
they got plenty of the choices they got. We can go across the world and mate with anybody.
Okay, Charles, let me ask you a question. If I take you and I go to a country like South Korea and I take a basic bottom shelf Brad and I put you next to each other, who do you think is going to be more easily accepted into these families? Who do you think they're actually going to go for?
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why.
They will go.
I was in fucking Germany and Amsterdam around a bunch of basic ass brads, and they were pushed to the side to look and touch and feel me.
Those are great. Okay.
I'm a bad motherfucker. Have you not figured this out?
The majority of these women are doing that. The majority of these non-black women are gonna push the black guy, the white guy to the side to go for a black dude. Those are great individual experiences.
Yes. I went to a predominantly white country and they push white guys out the view to talk to me.
That's to you. That's great. But I'm telling
you. So you asked me a question. You asked me a question. Don't get mad with the answer.
My question is.
No. I've answered your question. Answer mine. Do you think that an Asian, a European, an African, and a Hispanic woman standing next to you are going to pick a bottom shelf Brad?
I don't know, and I don't really care.
No. Answer the question. Answer the question.
I don't know.
I can answer your question very fully, but see, this is the feminine argument that you do. You don't want to answer fully when a man asks you something very basic.
Because it has nothing to do with my own personal experiences. But since you
have a good night, have a good night, Hammer.
Yes, I'll say yes.
Have a good night. Have a good night, Hammer. Have a good night, Hammer.
All right, but what else is at the end of the day? Look, once again, every time I have this conversation,
do me a favor. Anybody from the age of 20 to 25, come on this panel right now. 20 to 25. I need you on my panel right now. And I gave him a chance to answer, but yet I answered your question, but you're going to give me, I don't know and I don't care. There's a lack of fucking confidence. Yo, Padawan, come here for a minute. See, there's a problem with a lot of these brothers right now, man. And this is what happens when you have no father figures, no uncles in your life. You get these self-conscious, non-confident, sorry excuses of men out here. You're going to admit that another man is better than you when it comes to women? Shit, I got to die first before that even happens. I need people who are 20 to 25 right now to come on my panel. Shout out to LAPD SWAT. If you give me 6 lines written by hand of the most honest of men, I will find something in them which will hang him. I mean, yep, this is an echo chamber. It's not an echo chamber because this is called research. This is called research. This is called research. Okay? I'm going to get your age bracket. I need men, young men, 20 to 25. I'll even go as far as 27. I'll go even harder. 18 to 27. Come to the panel, please, if you're here. $18 to $27. How you doing, Miss Lolita? Making her crazy, he said. He hasn't been outside enough, especially if you go to a PWI. You know, white guys will invite you to their parties to heighten their chances of getting laid that night. Exactly. Do you know that they have their black friends to increase the rate of the women coming? Half the fucking UK dates interracially. You're going to tell how many guys we got here, 20, between 18 and 25 listening. I need you up here quickly, man. But yet, Trey, he's not going to go to a fraternity. He's not going to go to a group because he's too goddamn in his mind thinking that he's better than everybody fucking else. That's an actual brotherhood. You're going to sit here while I got guys in my chat who are service members and men who are married, both to either black women or interracially, and tell them how many times we're not preferred? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Where are my service members? Give me a woo if you were in the service or currently serving. Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, we have been joined by. Gotta get his little intro, man. Hold up. He's about to get that belt out.
By the power of Grayskull.
Hey, BGS, Namer, how y'all doing?
Pretty good. I'm still that offer still holds, Hammer. $50 cash. Have to go get that taken care of because that's your problem.
Sexual
Sexual
frustration.
problem. He's sexual frustration. That's all it is. Because he can't
I
stop
was
talking.
curious. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, BJ. Sorry.
No, that's all. That's the only thing wrong with him, because he keeps talking and running his mouth and said, you're a 20-year-old virgin, has never been anywhere. Okay, you never even dated interracially. Okay, the only thing's wrong with you is you're sexually frustrated. That's the only problem with you. So take a $50 cash app. You're in DC, man. You know where the chicks are. Go get you a $50 hooker, man. Get that shit taken care of. Get bust a nut, and basically come back to your senses.
I bet you that motherfucker gonna sound like Johnny Guitar Watson when he busts that nut.
He's sexually frustrated. That's all. That's how we get. Okay.
Here's my question: how do we know this individual is actually heterosexual? The way he was talking and everything.
I know too many guys like him. Unfortunately.
Exactly. He's so very awkward, and he overthinks too much. It could be dangerous to his own detriment. And I hate to say this, man. Dudes like that, you really got to watch out for. I mean, Elliot Rodgers was. Well, we already see what Elliot Rodgers does, and technically, Ham is showing some of the signs what Elliot Rodgers is showing. And dudes like that, you got to look out for, because you know what happens. Not only he's hating on dudes that's probably getting with the woman that he definitely wanted and stuff, but he'll go out on a psychopath rampage. He'll start killing females and dudes.
The problem is fear. He's afraid to go out and test himself. That's all.
Yeah, this is something.
Go ahead. Go ahead, man. Go ahead and get off the slide, man. You're a virgin. You've never been there. You're scared to actually go out and explore. Get out there. Go get you a couple of pieces. Get off the porch, and then get some kind of experience. It's okay. I mean, however you get it is however you get it. Okay, it doesn't matter how you start, right? You start with the high top girl that's a 10 that happens to give you a blow or give you a lay. That's fine. Everybody got to start somewhere. Okay.
I mean, here's a video.
Go ahead.
Here's a video. His video experience of Hammer and his penis.
Having a fight, huh?
A hell of a fight.
Yo, the flame, some of them sex workers could actually teach him some game also too. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like you said, someone got to start somewhere and stuff. I mean, with him, he needs to knock out a couple. And being that he ain't gonna get it naturally, he's gonna have to pay for play for a minute until he decides. I feel like, you know what? I want to learn how to be smooth without having to pay for play. I want to upgrade. This is his own pride. His own pride don't want to admit, I'm dealing with females.
Yeah.
I need to learn from those with more experience.
The only way how to get to make love to a vagina is being a vagina, man. There's no way around it. No way around it.
Not count.
It's like Charles is a wrestler, right? You're gonna have to get your ass whipped, okay? It is what it is to learn, okay?
Well, you're gonna get dog walked your first time coming out there.
Yeah, you're gonna get your ass whipped a few times. But the thing is, you got to start somewhere. You got to stop being afraid.
I think the problem with this individual, because I was just checking out a couple of clips he put out, and one that really got my attention when he said like Horn of Africans are not black. That's when I wanted to just like
Africans are not. What
he said Horn of Africans, because I'm like, okay, them fighting words. No, I checked out his channel, and one clip he has where he like talks about folks from the Horn of Africa, and I'm like, has this motherfucker ever done any research on the region and its history? He don't know what he's talking about. I've had that conversation with so many. I remember so many of my own brethren, the women especially, they get this weird look sometimes from other African dudes, like especially those from Southern Africa. They look at them and say, "Are you real African? Are you really black and shit?" Because a lot of them are light skinned as hell, or complexion being different, whatnot. I'm like, and I'm looking at this dude, and I'm thinking, this Hammer individual. I'm like, what are you thinking?
Oh boy!
And what's his origins? First of all, where's he originally from?
He's from Senegal.
Oh, what's that? Oh, right. Was he Wolf maybe?
Yeah. His parents are from Senegal.
I hate to say this, but
most likely Muslim.
The one
I don't
chick
think he's
did
Muslim. I don't think he's Muslim.
Huh? No,
I don't think he's
99% of Senegal's population is Muslim.
don't-
Mostly
I-
breed.
I don't think he's Muslim.
I don't think he's Muslim. He doesn't
Oh,
He
sound
fair
would
like
have got some pussy by now if he was Muslim.
Yeah, exactly.
Would have gotten married by now.
Yeah, if he's really that concerned, he should go back home and have his parents find him a wife.
Fair enough.
See, the problem with him is that what I find with a lot of Gen Zs and Alphas, they think they know something that has been out since human beings have rubbed two sticks together.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like at some point, I don't care how prideful I think I am, I gotta listen to the person who has more experience. That's like a person who comes from coming to college and they graduate with a mechanical engineering degree and they're going to a mechanics who's been doing it for like 25 years and say, you're doing it wrong. And they're gonna look at it like, oh, you? Okay. Do you know how many times I had kids who were 21 come to the district after coming from the academy, 21, 22, graduated from college, went to the academy, and they're telling me about criminal justice. Oh, really? Go out there and write a warrant, motherfucker. Go out there and write that statement of probable cause, which if you're smart, your statement of probable cause, your warrant, and your report should all match. Oh, where's your law when this guy is trying to knock your head off?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
But see, there's too much information, not enough knowledge. He's not practical. He doesn't have the skills to say, well, if you went to Asia, you do know I'm a service member and international athlete.
Charles, can you please repeat that for the motherfuckers in the back who are just like playing spitball and throwing arrows and shit and throwing paper planes and shit?
Like I'm a service member and an international athlete.
Mm-hmm.
No, the other thing. Too much knowledge and not too much.
Too much knowledge and not enough information.
Yeah.
Excuse me, too much information, not enough knowledge.
Not enough knowledge, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You can't tell people. You literally were on a panel yesterday with men old enough to be your father and one of them to be your grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, a
talk
couple of
about
them be his grandfather. Bay's up here too, isn't he?
All my children are older than he is. He's trying to tell me about women, okay?
Damn.
I literally have two grandsons that are mixed, Latino and black. He's trying to tell me about interracial arrangements. Okay, my brother's been married to a Filipino for 35 years. He's trying to tell me about he's trying to tell me about interracial marriage. What are you talking about? Okay.
And see, here's another thing.
But Charles, did you get to the bottom of what he's really trying to say? Because I've heard him like 2 days in a row. I still don't understand what he's trying to get at.
He's trying to say that white men are preferred over black men. I said, if that's true, why did they make fucking laws so it's not the mix?
Yeah, but the reason they're preferred is because the laws and the money and stuff like that. Okay, so what? So what? So the fuck what? What does that have to do with the price of eggs?
Exactly. I said, here's another thing for American blacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
American black people, if we were our own separate country, would be the 9th richest country in the world.
Yeah.
Okay. We have the ability to take her out of her third world country and give her first class living like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or, and like I've actually brought up a calculator. If I came to his country with American money, I would automatically be the top 1%.
The top 1%, and plus, and it's not just the money, right? The blue passport has access to a lot of things, because you're number one on the globe. You're the empire. You're at the head of the empire. You have access to a lot of things. Even if she wanted to go visit the United States, if she wanted to go with kids to be raised in American university, there's a lot of things you literally, the blue passport can go to 180 countries just by having a blue passport. Okay.
Yeah.
It opens up a lot of doors. Go ahead.
The funny thing about it though, he want to keep mentioning about bottom shelf Brad and everything. Let's put it this way: water sinks its own level. If he's a bottom shelf Brad, who do you think he's going to attract? Bottom shelf Keisha. With man
what is what is bottom shelf? Okay, the women that are not black, that choose black men, they're choosing black men for a reason. Okay,
exactly.
They're not just, you know, we're not knocking them over the head, dragging them by their hair. They're choosing us. Okay, the first thing is choice, right? So that I still can't understand what his problem is. What's your problem?
It's because number one, he's jealous. This is what you call being jealous of the successful man. A great man will say this. I'll take wrestling, for instance. When I won championships, and it was my last year, my 12th grade year, the guy was like this. How did you win? He was like 3rd or 4th place. He's like, how did you do it? And I told him what my regimen was, what techniques to work on. And you know what he did the next year?
What?
He won.
Okay.
So he learned from somebody who was in a spot where he wanted to be.
Right.
He humbled himself and said, "You the man. You're about to graduate. You got the championship." So he learned from what I told him what he needed to do. He said, "You may not be stronger, you may not be faster, but the one thing you can always rely on is outlasting. Work on that stamina and that technique." And he won. He thanked me for it. So I look at Hammer and I see him, instead of actually learning from the more successful man, befriending the more successful man, he thinks in his mind, psychologically, he's better than the guy who's getting more access to women than him.
He's stuck in his own dream world. That's the problem.
Okay, but you know, but I still haven't gotten to the bottom of what his actual problem is. Okay, we know about racism. Okay, we know about other races of men not liking you dating their women. But thing is, that's been the circumstance of black men in America for 300 years. Nothing's changed. So, like I said, the sky is blue. So what? What's changed?
He's jealous of God's successful woman, period. Because when we asked him how his dating life was, he didn't even want to answer that. So, and I think he's using the interracial thing as a scapegoat. Technically, he's not a successful woman at all, period, at all. And doesn't want to learn from OGs in the game how to be successful because of his own pride. I mean, we see it in the space all the time. Like, you know, we got different levels of dudes online constantly attacking females and everything that doesn't want them. Hammer's like another level of that, like more extreme level. When he didn't even have no experience with women at all, period. But he's trying to pair bond with those who probably had bad experience with females, but don't want to change themselves to have a successful dating life.
Is he really trying to pair? Or is he really trying to pair bond? It doesn't sound like he's afraid of pair bond.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, like
he was actually talking about sex dolls like a year ago.
Exactly. He was talking about that last night. Like he doesn't want to pair bond with humans at all, period. Like all. It's like he's stuck in his own world. But like, how's your dating life? Have you actually stepped up to a woman to shoot your shot? He never did that. He thinks just like Elliot Rodgers. He thinks females just come to him that way. It's not gonna work that way for a lot of dudes.
I mean,
most even the top tier.
If he went back to Senegal with his relatives, they'd find him a wife. Okay, He ain't got to go through all this kind of stuff. What are you talking about? If you want a black woman, you're from Senegal, you have relatives in Senegal, they can find your wife. You want
he can even find them in France, in fact.
Huh? Yeah. Well,
in France, because the majority of immigrants of Senegalese descent are in France, sir.
Yeah.
But here's
I don't understand his problem. Go ahead.
And you know what? If that's not his preference to go that way, also too, he still has to learn from others to go out on his own. He still has to step and do the work. No matter how much we get in space, some dudes you got to step and do the work. Learn how to take a fundamental problem. You're not going to please everybody, but you're going to please some people.
Here's the problem, right? Fundamentally, you see this as a cultural thing.
Okay.
I can't say this for the Padawan because God, I had to like drag his ass from being in a girl's face, but you see this from a lot of fucking young men, and especially if they don't have tight reaches with their fathers. they start to develop this sense of, over validation. Like, I'm the man. But what have you done to prove that you're the man? Last time I checked, a wise man said, in order to be the man, you got to beat the man. You haven't even started to become the man. You're going through a sexual frustration, and it's a self-pity prison, because you're literally at a school that's 72% female. And you're trying to tell men who's been there, done that, how the world is. Oh, it's racism. I said, dude, that's like telling a black guy the sun's up. Nigga, we can see.
That is what I would consider the black incels excuse as to why you can't get a fucking girl, is to fall back on racism. What it sounds like, from what I caught the gist of the conversation, he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Because if you go to other cultures on the lower level, yeah, maybe that may be true. In some areas, the white guy might get favored. But when you go to the upper crust of those societies and those cultures, let's take Japan, for instance, you don't see no white guys or white women at the top levels with chilling with the top people in Japan. You see Japanese people fucking with Japanese people. They don't accept that at the higher levels. So the whole concept of, well, I said that's the white dude is more desired. I said that's not true. In the upper echelons of many of those cultures, they do not fuck with anybody outside of their group. It's not socially acceptable. You go to Thailand, if your ass ain't Thai, you can't own property. That's the only way you can get your citizenship in Thailand, is you have to own some damn property. But if your ass ain't Thai, they're not gonna sell you property.
No.
Ain't got shit to do with you being white. It's about, no, they're about, they're tribal. They're about protecting the members of their tribe. Right. So this guy doesn't know what the hell he's talking about when he's talking about this stuff. It's like, bro, you need to get out there and you need to just start talking to women. And what it sounds like too is my frustration with a lot of these dudes is you're not entitled to a woman. You have to go out and earn the woman, because you got to remember.
Say that again for the Negroes in the back.
Say the key word again.
You're not entitled to a woman. You have to remember the hypergamous nature of a woman is put in there, is specifically designed to weed out the weak motherfuckers from the strong motherfuckers. So they're supposed to do that, be that way, so that the civilization and the race can live on. If they mate with all the weak motherfuckers, then we're gonna have a gene pool flooded full of people that can't hold their own.
Yeah. Skinny BGS.
Yeah.
If Charles might be able to help me out with something, I got a couple links for you to check out regarding passports and such, regarding passport rankings, if you will indulge me.
Okay, go ahead.
Hang on, let me put the link for you, sir. United States. It's taking a little while to, click on this one.
Yeah, it should be fairly easy to check, because
I'm looking at passportindex.org.
Yeah, they should be fairly easy to check.
Because and also the Henley Global Index are some of the most respected authorities on passports and everything. Because you can see it right here.
Okay.
Nemo finds that. I want to add something else too. What BC Nerd was saying. Also, two other key things. Stop trying to be liked by women. I don't give a fuck about a woman liking me. I'm trying to fuck her. You know what I'm saying? That's that energy I give. She ain't gotta like me, but she, you know what I'm saying, to fuck me. You know what I'm saying? And he has to get that in his mind. He's busy trying to oppress this woman doing that simpery shit he's doing, or you're not gonna get pussy that way.
I'm sorry, but you gotta realize every man is gonna take his lumps with women. I mean, shit. You're gonna take your lumps. I mean, there's some days you like, God damn, am I hideous? Yep. Then there's the days you're gonna be like, yo, I am the fucking man. There's some days a nigga gonna walk through the fucking courtyard like this. Whoa! I mean, you couldn't even do it. Like, I mean,
you're gonna say Wool walking down with the John Travolta swag strut also.
yeah, I mean, you gotta have that strut. See, this is what happens when you develop not having any masculine teaching, man. And this is what happens when you get this egalitarian feminist fucking education, because God knows Howard's a feminist fucking cesspool.
Mm-hmm.
And has his father been president in his life is the question also.
Huh?
You think his father was president in his life as well? Because
I mean, here's the part about a lot. Here's what I noticed about a lot.
Huh?
Here's what I noticed with a lot of fathers, especially from Africa. They're there, but they're not there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
That's my question too. What type of father he has? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because
some
black men got fathers, but they just there in presence, or they either over abuse them, or they ain't teach no masculine qualities. Because technically, that father probably wasn't like that when he was younger. So how can he teach his boy how to be like?
Yeah, that's the problem with us. I mean, in my culture, sometimes because you know, in my ethnicity, sometimes they think that when you're 13, you're supposed to know everything. Although sometimes forget that they'll keep teaching us.
Yeah.
Because it's because where I'm from, traditionally you're supposed to be married by the time you're 20. But through the urbanization and because of also, you know, generational trauma from colonialism and whatnot, a lot of that's been thrown out, twisted and everything. And fathers were raised a certain way. So when they try to teach their sons, you have that whole generation gap, and the change of times and technology affects the way you communicate with them. I mean, you have the traditions, but you also got to adapt with the times as well. And some people forget that. I mean, my own father, he had that problem with me because he's a boomer like yourself, BGS.
Yeah.
And I am a first half millennial, so I was exposed to a lot of things he learned, but you have that generation gap.
Hold on, let me address this comment. Women prefer white men over black men, to be honest. No, they prefer men in general.
Well, okay, the thing is, why do they prefer white men, especially in this environment, over other men? It's called money, sir.
Resources and protection.
Resources and money. That's why. That's the only reason, okay? And the thing is, in different environments, they're not going to prefer white men, okay?
Yeah.
You go to Japan, Japanese in Japan do not prefer white men, okay?
Yep.
China, you go to China, Chinese women do not prefer white men.
And I can tell you, as someone who's, like I said, like Charles, I have a martial arts background. I've competed. I've got a few cage fights under my belt, and I interact with people on the international level. I can tell you right now, they do not like white people that much. No more than any other group. So that bullshit, what y'all keep trying to say, oh, well, they prefer. I said, dude, in their culture, they do not like women because they got just as much beef with white people as any other group on the planet does.
Yeah. You go to Vietnam and see how much they like white people.
Okay? Ooh, yeah. Okay. Matter of fact, I'll tell you in the Middle East.
You go to the Philippines. The Philippines do not prefer white men. They'll use white men.
I'll tell you how much in the Middle East.
Go ahead.
I'll tell you so much in the Middle East how much they prefer white men. They were like, "Hey, brother, get down. We trying to shoot the white boy."
You trying to shoot the white boy?
They don't want to come off as racist with you, but then again, they be racist as fuck towards me, Charles. That's the funny part.
But if you can control your mouth, Hammer, you're welcome back up. But you can't start over talking people. Okay. You're gonna have to control some of that estrogen that you have.
Shout out to LAPD SWAT. He said, Colonel F, can you imagine Hammer on your QRF when you were deployed in the Middle East? Hell no.
You get the shit slapped out of him.
He would have got. I'm gonna tell you what would have happened. LAPD SWAT. You're right. He would have got the shit slapped out of him, or he would have got beat up. Because you literally have guys. Think about it. On my team alone, on my truck, we had the sergeant who was Haitian. We had one guy from South Carolina, a black dude. We had a white dude who was from Iowa. We had Tank who was Samoan. We had another dude. We had a Sledge. He was from New York. I'm from Baltimore. Do you think all those even the white dude from Iowa, believe it or not, Iowa is very hyper masculine. Everybody wrestles. You did 2 sports, football, and you certainly doing wrestling. So it's hyper competitive. You go up there and you try to do this bitch ass shit to us. We would have drew straws of who get to beat your ass first. You can't do that when you're around men. And we're trying to help you, actually, boy.
It'd be like that scene in Full Metal Jacket when they grabbed him in the bed and beat his ass.
It strapped him down and beat him with the soap.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen worse.
Psychopath behind that shit. Like,
well, you know where you're from. I know you've seen worse.
I've seen worse. I've been in the military, so I've seen worse.
Yeah.
Shit, that actually happened in basic training to one guy.
Beat was soap? Damn.
No, they put a blanket over him. They put a blanket over him so he wouldn't be bruised.
It's called a blanket pump.
Yeah. Thought they put soap bars in the socks. Everybody takes turns whacking him, and they got to have somebody, gagging his mouth so he doesn't scream.
I think Hammer's been hanging around the incels way too long. I think that's the problem.
Yeah, maybe so.
Because he's talking like the incel community.
Shit. It's the black pill incel guys that don't understand. They live in theory too goddamn much, and it's like, and they don't know how to put the game into practice. See, I tell them, I'm not speaking from inexperience. Most of us have. Me personally, I'm speaking from. I'm 31. I've been learning this game for like the last 16 years since I was like 15, 16 years old. The first time a girl. I did everything society said, and then the shit backfired, and I start asking the question of, damn, why she do this and that if that's what they say? And so I'm not talking, like I said, I'm not talking from inexperience. I'm talking from my experience from dealing with women. Like, I've done shit to where I'll even play beta just to test some shit out. Okay, let me play beta and see what happens. And so, yep, I lost the girl. I did that, and I lost her. So when we're saying this shit, we're not talking this shit from lack of experience. We know what we're talking about and how we're dealing with these women.
And shout out to OF1 Sailor Man for the Cash App. Woo! I'm gonna say this.
Hey, BJBGS.
Okay, one at a time. Who's first?
Okay. That was me. Beastly, by the way, that's not research. That's called field research, brother.
Yeah.
What you did. That's on point, because we all have different experiences, and most of my experiences have been up here, not from a lack of trying. It's just I've had some interactions with people, and what BGS mentioned about what Jarvis mentioned about he's just parroting what he's had on certain boards and whatnot. There's this documentary that Mr. MC Aircourt was mentioned. That's still on Netflix. You can find it. It's called The Social Media Dilemma. Mm-hmm. No, Social Dilemma, I think it's called. It's about the dilemma of social media and whatnot, its influence. There's also a couple other, if anybody's got HBO Max, a couple other documentaries we're checking out that are related to that stuff. Like one called After Truth. Another one's called 15 Minutes of Shame, narrated by Monica Lewinsky.
Okay, I do have one quick question. What is this passport index? What is this about necessarily? I came in kind of late.
It's basically the index is showing what each country's passport and what countries you can get into with what kind of visa. Okay.
Okay.
What kind of access your passport will give you to certain countries.
Okay.
That's what it is.
You got two. I'll give you the websites for both. Let me just get one is called passportindex.org. The other one is Henley, that's Henley, global.com. Those are the two most respected authorities on this.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, so this American passport basically take you damn near everywhere, basically.
Yeah, well, we could.
Yeah, but you have different restrictions.
Every place you have a military base, you can get in. Okay.
Pretty much.
We have a military presence in 180 countries. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
God damn. Okay. All right. Appreciate that little bit of tidbit information. I did not know all that though. So I'm gonna go ahead and.
Yeah. That's why they always say look for a military. If you get lost in the country, look for a military base or look for the U.S. Embassy.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta think about it. The U.S. military is at 120 conflicts a year.
Yeah,
You don't hear about
well, no, you never hear about it. Go ahead, AB. What's up?
I would say he's using ChatGPT, but that might actually be an insult to ChatGPT. I'm sorry.
Well, the thing is, all his talking points about prejudice, about Chads, and about bottom shelf brass is all incel talk. It's black incel talk. Okay, what is the problems, the impediments for you actually getting with a girl of a certain whatever it is, right? But then the thing is, there's always pluses and minuses to any woman that you mess with. Do you get better treatment with a white girl? Okay, she's gonna be nicer. She's gonna be more accommodating. She's gonna have to do more to get to you because you know there's racism in between you and her. So she's got to do more. She's got to prove herself more, right? A black woman doesn't have to do any of that. Guess what she's gonna do? She's gonna shit on you. Okay.
Yep.
She's gonna shit on you from the very beginning because her whole deal is to take you down a peg, right? I don't care if you got $1 billion. She gonna walk in. She gonna be a four and tell you it's not enough. I don't care that you got $1 billion. It doesn't mean anything to me, even though she's lying. Because she's been taught by her mother and her grandmother and her great grandmother. You can't let a nigga think he's better than you.
Hey man, you get an African girl, you gotta buy a couple of cows. So I mean,
not really. All you got to do is do the same. An African girl is the same all over the world. If you show her a good time or something that she can't do, she hadn't done before, she's gonna follow just like every other woman.
I'm talking about for marriage. I'm talking about for marriage. I ain't talking about just going out.
Well, basically, how much? Okay.
That depends on the ethnicity, brother.
A couple of cows versus child support and alimony.
Oh, that ain't no problem. Oh, trust me, I'm gonna pay them cows. I'm going back. I'm gonna pay them cows. Hey,
look, I'm in Texas.
Make sure you get them on a discount because some people might try to hustle your ass, you know. Yeah. But then again, what's money to certain people in this world? Cattle is everything, but that depends on what ethnicity you're dealing with in what country.
And really, okay, if you really want to be honest, right? Okay, if you really just want a woman, right? You find a family with a lot of kids that they can't feed, right? They be pushing that girl off onto you. Okay, we can't feed her no more. Go marry him. Okay.
That's why they try to marry him off quick.
That's why they go to Ghana, go to. If you really want a woman that you just want a woman that you don't have to really pay a whole lot, or pay a big dowry for, find a family with a whole bunch of kids, right? And with a girl that's like in her teens, right? They're trying to get rid of her because they're tired of feeding them. We got all these kids and all these problems. We're poor. Hey.
Oh, I know that. Oh, trust me, I noticed that when I was over there. I'm just saying, everything come with a price, though.
Huh?
I noticed that when I was over there. I was just saying everything come with a price, though. Everything got its own little price.
Appreciate you, MS Delta, for supporting. Appreciate you, and I'm sure the Falk appreciates you too. Go ahead and highlight him, Falk.
Oh, God damn. Hold up.
MS Delta, bro. Hey, what's up, man? I just met you, bro. I was talking to him at the other channel, man. What's up?
Hey, go ahead and give him something special, Charles.
Oh man, we gotta do the special thing for him. We're gonna give him all 3 for that. Good God, thank you.
By the power of Grayskull.
Lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
All right. Y'all hear me?
Uh-oh.
Hold on, nice ass.
I'm telling you, bro.
That's a nice ass. Go ahead.
Never trust a big butt and a smile, man. Trust and believe. Tell my ex that all the time. Never trust a big butt and a smile.
Man, bro.
Thank you, Bell Big DeVoe.
I treat them like
the woman then, bro, because dear Lord.
Ain't nothing but trouble. Every time we see ass like that,
where was there, by the way?
Get thee away from me, Satan.
Oh my goodness! Thank you again. Excalibur, thank you, and MS Delta guy, thank you again. God damn. I like to know where he's working. You contracting? God damn.
I don't know. I think he got some money, bro. I think I was talking to him on African Millennial channel. I think he following me, man. But he was out there tipping, bro. He was out there every 5 minutes. He was tipping.
He's one of my oldest subs. So
yeah.
Oh, okay. He up the clan then, so he know.
He's one of those dusty guys that ain't dusty. Okay.
Oh, okay.
But he's been dusting off a lot. He's been dusting off a lot.
Travel. Shit.
He's one of them dusty dudes that ain't dusty.
Oh yeah, it's funny, right? Because when I try to tell Hammer, when I'm with 120 guys and there's only 2 black guys, and the German girls move them out the way just to talk to me,
Right.
I'm like, you gotta understand this. Black men have to be held back because if the men said, "Okay, go fuck who you want to fuck," the world will be brown by 2. If it would have been from World War II, Europe would have been a lot browner than it was.
Yeah, but Europe getting browner now.
Hell,
it's half brown now already. It won't be white. Europe won't be white in about say 30 years. It won't be white anymore.
You know what, Charles?
Name was right there. He can tell you it's about 40% brown now.
Yeah, you see, I've come across a lot of interracial children. Some of them are Eurasian or Afro-European.
Yeah.
Especially a lot of those who are second generation and whatnot. But what I want to say is like, you didn't just have them just back in World War II. You had some black folks who were in Europe during World War I. Not just those folks. The French brought in the Senegalese, and let me tell you something. When they were in certain towns, the people were happy, especially in parts of Germany. The people were happy they were there. Why? Because their presence kept a lot of stability in the area. Especially when some things got out of hand, they'd be there and they were the Senegalese ones, and they were armed, and they looked at them and said, "Qu'est-ce que c'est?" And everybody just backed off because they knew not to fuck with these guys. They were infamous. They were renowned for their fighting capacity. That's why so many blacks were sent to the trenches of World War I.
I mean, think about it. A lot of black soldiers in Europe, they took us to this in Germany to this monument to black soldiers who freed the Jews from their internment camps. They call them the liberators. They still celebrate them to this day. So we're loved. It's just that the thing about it is you got
you don't get no love here, bro. That's all it is. You just don't get no love here, bro.
Xavier ain't shit though.
I mean, I'll tell you something really important. I'm gonna tell you something.
Oh, that's fucked up, bro.
Javi,
you deserve something for that one, boy. You deserve something for that one.
Yeah, you ain't shit.
Yeah, straight sucker punch that man.
You ain't shit, Xavier. You ain't been shit, and you ain't gonna be shit. All right.
Excuse me, BGS.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
Another piece of important history you guys need to know about World War II.
Damn. Okay.
All right.
You just now saw it.
Oh my
God. Another piece of World War I history y'all need to know. Both Italy and Turkey. When it came to their top fighter races, they were black. You have black men in the French, Italian, and Turkish air forces, but still they don't get no love, huh?
I was telling this dude, I was on another panel, like I think it was like last week. I was like, did you know African Americans did come over there to Ethiopia and help them build a fighter pilot?
They wanted to come. They wanted to come in the 30s, but they got stopped by FDR and shit.
Man, I was telling this dude that he was like, bro, ain't no shit like that ever happened. I was like, bro, you do not know your history, man. And for a crazy thing, it was an African dude from Cameroon. The funniest part, though. Like, I'm like,
hell, I'll tell you one thing about us, because as an Eritrean, I could say there are parts of Ethiopian history where they can't do shit without us.
Yeah.
Oh, I believe
1974, September 12th, 1974. This is the day after the Giz New Year of that year. you had the bloodless coup that dethroned Haile Selassie, and they put in the military junta that came in. The person who was the head of that one, and the highest ranked individual there, he was actually Eritrean. He was from a small town just north of the Eritrean capital. General Aman Mikhail Andom. This individual, he left home to fight alongside Ethiopians because, like many Eritreans, he spoke Amharic. And this is the 1930s. He left home to join the forces of the Ethiopians. Since then, he worked his way up the ranks. He even proved himself during the first Ethiopian-Somali War of the 1960s. This is before the second one they had in '79. Of course, he was killed. Like, he came to power like in September of '74, but he was taken out in November of that same year. Really fucked up shit. But it is what it is.
Well, you got a war, but it's like every couple of months it seems like I can't go past 10 years without fighting over something, man.
No. Somalis and Ethiopians, they've the first war they actually had was in the 16th century, the Abyssinian Adal War. That went from 1529 to 1543. You had the Ottoman Turks and the Portuguese involved in that conflict.
Mm-hmm. They got there swinging from the fences, man. But
It was geopolitics at that time, fam. It was geopolitics at that time because the Ottomans and the Portuguese, they were battling for the trading routes between the East Indies, India, and the Middle East.
Wait a minute, hold up.
Geopolitics right there,
You're giving us this history lesson. You giving us this history lesson, but you don't want to talk about the gynocracy.
Oh, I can. You want me to talk about the gynocracy? You want me to change my avatar?
You know, good.
I'll change it. I'll change my avatar right now.
You good.
I'll bring my mama. Don't worry. I'll bring my mama if you want.
Oh man, it's funny because when they say we don't talk about anything else but the gynocracy, I'm like, you niggas don't be listening much, do you?
No, they don't.
Well, that's all they want to talk about, to be brutally honest. You don't want to talk about anything beyond this conversation.
Right. Yeah.
Shout out to MS Delta guy again. Good God. Man, let me know when you need protection, nigga. I met an older German man. He said he remembered Black American soldiers liberating their town in WW2 and one carrying his baby sister. The soldiers gave him candy. I said, yeah, we're loved, man. See, this is what happens. People forget how loved American soldiers are. Like, people look up to us because they're like, wait a minute. Y'all were slaves and y'all fought back and actually won?
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Hey, bro.
Fuckers.
I'm really starting to do when I start going to like different places and on YouTube. I think a lot of Africans just don't know that though. When I have a conversation with, they be like, they did what? I be like, yeah, we did so and so. They be like, well, it ain't true. I gotta start breaking down. So I be like,
our American children don't know this stuff. So how can they know?
Yeah. And people don't put an importance on people don't put an importance on educating themselves about knowledge. They'll sit back and complain about who's teaching the history, but then won't take 5 minutes to go do the research their damn self.
Right.
But what's the three things I always tell you the Black community does not give a fuck about?
Education, Black boys, and being the heroes of your story.
Of your own narratives. And see, that it makes so much sense why people don't like to be educated, because you don't give a fuck about it. If you actually knew how much that we still use 85% of the inventions in today's time were made by Black hands, even during slavery.
Yeah. I figured the helicopter was made by a Black person. I was like, wait a minute, let me go research that shit again. I was like, hey, when I figured that out, I had to go do a whole. I went through the books like back and forth. I was looking at Shaka Zobras. I'm seeing other shit. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, oh, trust me, man. Trust me. I got a whole book just dedicated just to Black inventions, man.
By the way, Zulu made me mad. Zulu made me so mad. I had to bring my auntie right now. I had to bring my relatives. You see this? You see that woman? You see that woman? That's my mom. That's my mama. That's my auntie. My aunts. There's a couple of aunts back there. And Zulu, they will whoop your ass with a smile on their face.
I believe you, bro, but she got a pistol on her hip.
You should be scared, huh?
Hey, but she got a pistol. She got a rifle on her back, but she got it, man. You know. I'll take that L. And she pretty too. So that's a good L. I got a
I'm gonna tell you.
You might want to mean what? No, you ain't coming near my cousins. Not like that, because some of them have been military trained as well. Because we have national service one from, like in Israel and shit.
Oh, okay.
So watch your step.
God damn. God damn. Shit. Another
you get love tonight, Charles.
Love tonight. God damn. I don't know what I've done.
Well, you buy some cognac on that one, boy.
Oh, I'm about top shelf shit.
Goddamn top shelf.
And you gonna have me at the liquor store in the cigar shop like this.
I saw when Charles eviscerated Hammer.
Damn.
And just as I'm sitting here laughing, my whole office went dark. The internet went dead and internet went dead and everything. But I'm only gonna be up here for a few minutes. I just wanted to take a few minutes and salute all you guys. Because
I appreciate that.
So man, I'm just laughing because it's like Hammer. It's like when I was 18, 19, 17, 18, 19, 20. I was always told when you went to older guys, especially in the military. This is the reason why I think majority, if not damn near almost all black boys need to go to the military at least for 4 years. Because you learn to shut the fuck up and listen. What they say, keep your ears and eyes open and your mouth shut. You might learn something, kid.
Yeah, that's true. And guess who else said that in 1965?
Who said that?
Moynihan. He said the same.
He sure did. Let me salute BGS. Let me salute BGS really quick. I haven't had a chance to talk to you in the last week plus with the holiday and everything, but I owe you guys a lot because y'all kept me going, and I appreciate it. Even with the fact that I've had to fight a cold, I'm still here and I'm still going. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah. This holiday's been hectic for some reason, man.
Yeah, man.
Yes, man. Yes.
Man.
I don't know what's going on, but yeah, it's been chaos.
What do you BGS will hook up? BGS will hook up. I'll hook up on your channel after the new year because my wife is off until Monday.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna I'm probably gonna go on tomorrow morning. If I do any shows, they'll be in the morning. I'm not gonna do any in the afternoon because I want that to be right, especially when I come on to you guys' channels and just start spreading everything around. I want it to be right. Plus, I had a great visit with my son Dakota, who is in my truck right now.
How's he doing?
Oh, he's good. He's good, man. He's become what did Jody call him? He's growing a beard and a lot of hair. He's becoming like
What's up, Dakota?
Thank you. Becoming our version of Grizzly Man. So
okay.
Grizzly Adams, you mean?
Grizzly Adams, yeah.
All right.
You just got to get a scene of him and zoom in on him when he's in the woods chopping wood, and he looks at the camera and he smiles and nods his head.
Oh, that's not. It's either going to be him chopping wood or him working on my truck. One of the two things.
All right,
Brian. Yes, sir.
One question, and I know I mentioned this earlier, but I hope you have the audio with you right now because I was wondering, given the nonsense this young man was talking, would the late Bishop Bullwinkle agree with him?
Actually, I have a better piece of audio, and I think I played this for BGS once. Courtesy of Steve Harvey, I have 3 words.
Oh, hell no!
Hey, you need to do some shorts, man, and end with that, okay? Do some
man, that would be classic, man.
Get me one more time.
Get some Hall of Shame short. Get some Hall of Shame
after the game. I'm gonna do some after the games this weekend.
Yeah.
I got to use my phone as the virtual camera. I know how to hook it up now.
Yeah.
But for all you guys, did Hammer make any sense? 3 simple words.
Oh, hell no!
You're gonna make me steal. You're gonna make me steal that shit, man.
I got one. I got one better. I got one better. Everything that Hammer said to try to counter the good Dr. Faulkner, I offer this sentence.
That is blasphemous. That is blasphemous. How dare you? How dare you say such a thing?
Stephen A. Smith.
Wait, one more. You forgot the no. We kept going no. That's
I have that.
Yeah, play it, please.
You know I have that. And
so hang on, let me ask the question.
I have the feeling BGS is going to wind up stealing it. Let me find it. BGS, I offer 4 things for you. This one.
No.
This one.
No.
This one.
No.
And to finish it off,
stay off the weed.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite. Stay off the weed.
Oh man, I'm just thinking.
I stole that sound because my friend Victor sent it to me from the entire clip when he was previewing a game. I finally got a chance to cut that and put it in the sound base. I finally got a chance to cut that.
And right now, I'm starting to empathize with Dr. J. because when he had to face Magic Johnson, had to convince him to join the league after his junior year.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking, Brian, I just look at you and thinking, I created a monster.
I'm gonna tell you the first thing that came into my head when Hammer was giving me his excuses. I'm gonna everybody look at the screen.
And that was, oh Lord.
Not impressed.
I got one. Hey, Charles, I got one better. When you got done eviscerating him, and yes, I capitalized the word eviscerated. Let me put a little more volume on this. This came to mind.
Oh no, not no extra life. I even tried to give him a chance to explain himself.
Yeah, you did.
Well, I would have kicked him off the panel a long time ago. I couldn't deal with that shit. I was just playback. I couldn't deal with that, man.
Okay, I got this one for you guys.
I would have fun with him.
This is a very this is a very familiar sound.
That's you know what? I got footage of Hammer when he gets his first piece of pussy.
Got to give it up.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
Is he still even in the?
Wait a minute.
In the chat, man. Like,
But
I think he ran off.
But if it fails that night, then this happens.
Oh wait, I got one more. I got one better. What if he was like Austin Powers? Oh no, I've lost my mojo. You never had
more like Pac-Man after he gets bit.
Wait.
I have footage of women once they see. I got footage of all the women when they notice Hammer's walking their direction. Y'all want to see it?
Let's see it. Bring it on.
And that's Cynthia G, by the way, folks.
Yeah.
Oh God.
You know goddamn well, Tara's hair is real, so you can't put that on no damn T-Char.
I know. I ain't shit, but never claimed to be.
I mean, she make the Dora Milaje look like like fucking Whitney Houston or some shit. Like she's bolder than them.
BGS, you put a sound. BGS, you put a sound in my head, and now I have to match it.
That's Hammer.
Every argument he said had that sound at the end of it, man.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Oh, by the way, Charles.
Just a minute.
As far as been given Charles, as far as Hammer's intro and everything, I had to try to stop you, man. Ooh. I had to stop you.
Put it this way, man. Put it this way. Once Hammer gets some pussy, he's gonna be like Spike Lee's half pint, banging on Charles' door like Lawrence Fishburne. Be like, "Yo, look, I finally got some." Pussy was good. You was right, Charles.
I can see it too, boy. He gonna come back all the way out, bro.
Just
all the way out.
I told you one at a time, one at a time. I told you his nutsack gonna be like this the first time he bust one.
Damn. Wait a minute. I think I have that. I do. Find it. I do.
This is just every black mother trying to mimic that.
Charles, play that again. I'll supply the sound for you. You ready?
Boy, I'm telling you, boy.
Yeah. By the way, Mel. Yeah. Mel, you're forgetting one important thing from that scene in School Days.
Oh no.
And that was, did you see it? Like, Giancarlo Esposito was a little sadistic in that scene, but did you see how Tisha Campbell had that look of disgust after she gave Spike Lee?
She did it anyway.
That look of.
Nah, she was more like she had PTSD,
she was like, yo, I did it. But that was his way of breaking up with her anyway. So
Okay, I got exclusive footage of Hammer. I have exclusive footage of Hammer just walking up to a chick and trying to get her number. Y'all ready for it?
Bring it.
All right.
Bring it.
Hey girl, give me your number.
Oh Lord.
Oh God, no.
I'm pretty sure one thing for sure. I know one thing for sure. I'm pretty sure about this. Obviously this guy is probably anti-gun. He's probably pro-gun control. Otherwise, he would have been like Loke Dog and Don't Be a Menace in South Central while drinking your juice in the hood. If you remember that scene. Break yourself, bitch. Let me see your number. Give me a number. Give me a number.
Boy, I can't do it, boy.
Oh, I got one. Hey, BGS, I got one for you.
Uh-oh.
I got one for BGS. And I got one this is for Charles also. This would be Hammer in his mind. Note the keywords. In his mind. When he approaches a woman that thinks she's going to give him some.
Michael on the drive across the lane. Turnaround shot. Got it. 63 for Jordan.
Oh, shit.
She'll look at him. Wait a minute.
Him gonna be on the first day, try to do like that Dave Chappelle sketch and everything. Put the popcorn, the hole in the middle popcorn. She think that shit gonna work, and she be like, "Where's the fucking ticket?"
Wait a minute.
Oh, you mean that?
She'll look at him while I'm playing sounds here, and I threw my Cash App up in the back chat because I'm entertaining with folks here. She's gonna get that sound I played of Jim Durham would be his mind. Her mind would simply say one word.
Bruh. You're right. That's it. That's bruh. That's it right there.
This is how the world will celebrate when. This is how the world will celebrate when Hammer finally gets laid.
Oh God.
Oh Lord.
That's just wrong, Charles. But here's one thing I know. I remember Bill Bellamy had this joke about, calling a girl up for a booty call and she bringing a friend into the block.
Uh-huh.
So, Charles.
Yeah.
Follow my lead. I need that certain Baltimore Ravens clip to explain what I mean by blocking.
Oh, Ray Lewis's block.
Boom! Thank you very much. You ain't getting no, nigga.
Damn.
You ain't getting no, nigga.
You felt that.
You'll put it this way, man. You gonna mind me program Hammer like that scene in Clockwork Orange when they tried to do that with Alice Large, and on the screen they playing She-Hulk and Met the Stallion twerking, and he like, stop it, and he like,
here's what happens. Here's exclusive footage of Hammer's new fraternity, and the girl said, if y'all win, whoever can come to me first gets laid. Y'all ready for that?
Bring it.
Go ahead.
Bring it on.
What?
And when Hammer's the last one in line,
Can you imagine
everybody on the Wait a minute.
Yo,
What would you call the attorney? Incel Kappa?
Yeah.
Always trying to skate it back.
Yeah, we're gonna call the Musa Moo. Milk it, milk it, milk it. That's what we're gonna call
Wait.
it.
Hold on. I just realized
like, yo,
something.
I'm smashing these chicks, so y'all better get the fuck out of here.
Brian.
Here's what I got. When Hammer winds up at the back of the line, you know, with Charles.
Candy green, mango.
When he winds up at the back of the line, still without any, this happens.
No.
I just realized something. I
played that game recently.
Brian, you know where I'm going with this. So I hope you have those ads ready to be played. How do we know that this man is? Yeah, okay. As I was saying,
say no
how
more.
do we know, Brian? How do we know this man is not a member of the fraternity Me Five Me?
Me Five Me.
Oh man.
How do we know he's also not a member of SU? So if you could please play that ad for us, please, the audio.
I don't have that one handy yet. I don't have that in audio form yet. But yeah, Stupid University.
Yeah. Thank you, Crispy.
I want BGS to use that one for some of his next videos. Stupid University, because some of these people I'm stupid. Yeah. I want BGS.
Oh wait, that's the Seals.
I'll find a way to get the footage to him, but I want BGS and Charles to use that. Yeah. When I get the Stupid University clip.
But understand, folks.
Hey,
folks.
Charles,
oh, sorry.
I have an exclusive reaction. I have an exclusive reaction to the first woman that Hammer steps to try to get some. Y'all ready?
All right.
Ooh, I'm dying.
Nah, yeah, when he finally gets a woman that's gonna smash him and shit like that, it'd be like that scene in Don't Be a Menace. She be like, all right, motherfucker, let's get it on. He's like a bitch.
No, you're gonna be like the little brother in ATL. I ain't gonna lie. I was just
Even better. Here's a Bugs Bunny sound for you. You know what she's gonna challenge him with? These 4 words.
Okay, Mac, start pounding.
Oh God! God damn!
That was beautiful.
You may want to keep that one, man.
I already got it. I need to send this and circle it around to y'all so y'all can use it.
Oh man, this is some funny shit.
Man.
Yes. Let me play this for BGS one more time.
I got some nice footage for y'all to hear real quick.
All right.
Okay. Y'all ready?
Yes.
I need a woo from everybody on the panel and chat.
Woo!
Oh man, y'all gonna laugh your asses off.
Bring it.
Tomorrow is World Naked Gardening Day. So I need to know, is there a naked gardening club in Philly?
Mike would like to join.
Oh,
yep. I'd like to see the hose and the rakes.
Oh shit!
You may need to send me that one.
That was the dude that was sitting next to the black chick, and the black chick was just trying not to laugh her ass off. He said, "I
like to see the hose."
I didn't see you. What's up, Beastly Nerd? How you doing tonight, man? You doing all right?
Good. Yeah, I'm good, man.
Hey, Beastly, you finally get those noise canceling AirPods or what?
No, I have not. I have to pay for other stuff at the moment.
All right, you gotta get those AirPods because I know I know it sounds like it's a drag race where you're at.
Okay, considering the fact I'm in a sound producing mood, one of my favorite play-by-play guys, as y'all heard me mention on the morning show, was Paul Allen, voice of the Vikings. Here's Paul Allen's reaction to Hammer stepping to a woman in any capacity.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, I understand we out here roasting Hammer, but I do want to ask a quick question, right? This is more like a global issue. So what I've been hearing that the Wuhan virus is basically just like it just resurfaced like the plague basically in China, and they contemplating shut down China again. Cause from what I'm seeing videos. They got like bodies, like they got a whole carport just full of bodies. A whole carport just full of bodies.
The thing is that America took a 50-50 approach to it. They didn't stop it from spreading, but they slowed it down. That's what all the social distancing was for.
Yeah.
And they took a 50-50 approach. In other words, we're not going to try to stop it. We're not going to try to hold it back. What we want to do is slow it down so that the hospitals can actually handle it, and you can actually find a way to treat it. Because if you let it go full force, you're going to kill a lot of people before you learn how to deal with it, right? So
Yeah.
the social distancing and all that kind of stuff, the shutdowns will actually slow the virus down. Okay, the Chinese went to a zero COVID approach. Chinese actually killed a hell of a lot more people than we actually realized in China, even the first wave, right?
That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
They have carports just full of dead bodies. Just like
technically, this is.
It's actually rumored that during 2020 they killed like 41 million Chinese. That's the rumor. Okay.
I can see that.
And technically, this is like their third or fourth time locking everything down.
It depends. It's probably more than that because they've had zero COVID for the last 2 years. So when it pops up, they'll lock down the region. But the thing is a nationwide lockdown. Yeah, it's probably like the fourth time. But the thing is, they went whole hog zero COVID. So now the doctors are saying that they never developed a natural immunity to it, like a herd immunity to certain strains. So when the riots, I would have done the same thing. Y'all gonna riot, y'all gonna protest in the streets, y'all gonna make a big fuss. Guess what? We're gonna just lift all this shit. Okay. And now you got to deal with it. So now a lot of these people haven't caught it yet. So now it's spreading like wildfire, especially Omicron. Omicron is probably more virulent as far as contagious than the first three. It's not as deadly, but it's more contagious. So Omicron is just rolling through the whole country. So
yeah, and from what I've been told by like when it comes to viruses, you want the different variants because the more variants, the weaker the virus becomes, the weaker the strand. So the current strands that are out are not as strong as the original strand. China didn't allow that to happen, so they don't like you said, they didn't build that immunity to it.
Yeah. But the thing is, you got to remember, okay, even though. I think the strand A, I think was like maybe 3 to 5% as far as the death rate, as far as deadly. Okay. Omicron is less than 1%. Now they think Delta was like 2 or 3, right? Was less than A. Whereas Omicron is like less than 1. But the thing is, you talk about 1 billion people. So even though it's less than 1%, that's millions of people that are going to die from this, especially elderly. There's a lot of elderly people.
Any chance of mutation?
They had a cocktail of variant diseases spreading through China. That was like a cocktail of variant diseases. I was like, what the fuck is going on? When I started looking at it, I was like, this is.
You got a big ass country with a lot of people, so you're gonna have a lot of different things floating around. But the things that's what's going on.
Let me give y'all two more. Let me give y'all two more before I go ahead and step on out of the way. Yeah, we're having fun. This is a serious subject. Let me have a little more laughter before I step out of here.
Okay.
Let's see. Let me think. Oh yeah, first one, and I know y'all will be familiar with this. The first woman that Hammer ever steps to will respond this way.
Nothing for you.
hey, you know what? You know what is a good one, Snowman, for Hammer, right? Okay, when he gets turned down and walks away, emotional damage.
Oh yes,
Uncle Roger. Yeah.
Oh yes.
I'm gonna find that. I'm gonna find that sound. I'm gonna find that sound. I'm gonna put it in my sound base. But besides him being told,
nothing for you,
and
oh no,
like a Donta Lucas scoring 60, you know.
Yeah,
and see LeBron James going emotional damage.
Ooh, see, look at that block right on.
Luka gets one of these. Luka gets a couple of these. Hammer gets one of these. So LeBron gets a couple of these. And then Hammer gets looked in the eyes and told this.
No, God! No! God, please, no! No! No!
Ooh.
No!
Snowman, I just realized something. You forgot one more clip.
That's for when. What's that?
Nothing. You get nothing.
Oh man!
When Hammer gets his first piece,
Wait a minute.
it's
Wait,
gonna
wait,
be,
wait, wait, wait,
show me
wait,
the
wait.
money.
Okay. Okay. Hey Hammer, this is for you. This is every response from every woman you step to. And Sick Diggy, thank you for this.
Yes.
You get nothing! You lose! Good day, sir!
Thank you.
And if y'all are familiar with a game show called Press Your Luck, he also gets one of these.
Matter of fact, this is the first time he busts a nut with a chick. Y'all ready to see the footage?
All right.
Let's go.
Oh shit.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Oh man, don't be poking fun at Lexington Steel like that.
Oh,
We got roaches on the baby. We got roaches in the building, cuz, you know,
Hey, hey Charles.
What a cuz?
Last one before I
Roaches
step
get your ass up here.
out of here. If Hammer ever busts a nut with a chick,
We roasted Hammer.
I can't believe I'm going to invoke Jim Carrey into this conversation, but I'm going to do it anyway. If Hammer ever busts a nut with a chick, this happens.
That's a spicy meatball.
Oh, not the mask. That's a mask.
The math. Let me get on out of here. Thank you for allowing me to act a fool tonight, and thank you all for supporting me as well. I appreciate you guys so much. I love y'all.
Love you.
Thank
My best to Jordan, everybody, brother. Stay safe. Happy New Year. Oh wow. Oh wow. Good laugh.
It turned into
We-
Hammer.
we all
I
need a
needed
good
that
laugh.
after
Huh?
last night. I had a mental headache after last night.
What happened?
Well, Art kept him up there, though. Man, he's just rambling at the mouth, man.
Yeah, I couldn't do it, bro. I listened to the playback. I couldn't. I went through probably like 30 minutes of the playback. I skipped a little more, and he was still talking about the same shit. And I was like, bro, like you, if you ain't even fucking no women right now, you ain't been out the country like that. Like, what are you talking about? And he was just like, well, they still might not like you. I was like, when he said that the bitch gonna live with me, it don't matter. I was like, the conversation should have ended, but I was I don't know.
I mean, Zulu, I'm gonna say something because I had a bone that I wanted to actually confront him a little bit because I heard what he said about, like I said earlier, I was checking out one of his clips where he says folks from the Horn of Africa aren't black. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? And he's saying all this, that, and the third. And I'm like, does he know? Has he done any research about this part of the region? Does he know?
He does.
I mean, like, for example, take Ethiopia, for example. Take Ethiopia, for example. How are you going to say a country that big with a population of 110 to 120 million people divided into over 70 different ethnic groups? And they're all categorized and like the other countries in that region, they're all categorized into one of three groups: Nilo-Saharan, Afro-Cushitic, and Afro-Semitic. You have geneticists, anthropologists who can debunk his bullshit. And he probably doesn't even know the colonial history of this part of the world. What the fuck's he know?
If you get no pussy, at that point, I kind of just stopped listening. I mentally started like not just checking them out. I mentally checked out at a certain point.
How old is he again?
20.
And a virgin.
20.
And a virgin at that. I got my first piece of pussy and I was like 16, 17 years old.
God, so you ain't even old enough to wipe his own ass yet. You're trying to tell people about
Has
the
his
world.
balls even dropped?
Not really.
That's questionable. We haven't determined that. He won't give up that information.
How do we know he's just doing this shit for fun, just to antagonize everybody?
I think he was
in the pot,
part way through it. Like at a certain point, I was like, he's got to be, because he got to be doing this shit for content. Because I was like, you ain't making no sense. Like, even in your own brain, I know this ain't making sense. So fuck that. Like, no way.
Yeah, it might be a combination of both because You know, he tried this on Art of Itmore's panel too.
When was this?
I don't know, like a month or so ago. I left the panel in. I was like, nah, I can't deal with this.
Mm-hmm.
I thought. No offense to Pookie. I thought Pookie was bad. Good Lord.
No, Pookie's young and dumb. This guy is just out of his freaking mind.
Yeah. Pookie just inexperienced, but he willing to learn. This guy is not even willing to learn. He just he pushing his own narrative, bro.
Pookie is just, you know, he's as
you got it right.
Wait, hold up. Like our buddy Nino Kofi says, he's like a frisky puppy right now. He's just rambunctious, full of energy. He still needs to calm the fuck down, but he's just so full of energy. He just doesn't know what he's doing. It's like.
So go get some pussy then.
No. He gets some. He's getting it because he's up in Northern California.
Oh no, Pookie gets pussy. I'll give him that.
Pookie gets that. But he's getting like a lot of white chicks because he's up in Sacramento and shit.
Yeah.
But
white girls got good pussy too. Get some pussy. Get some pussy. Oh, it ain't gotta be black pussy.
No, get some pussy. Pookie doesn't really date black girls. We're talking about Hammer though.
Oh, sorry, BJ. Sorry. Brother, wait.
All you young niggas, get your out there and get some motherfuckers.
Well, we got a cash. We got a cash app going for Hammer to go out and take care of that problem.
Well, the problem is they too scared, man. They
scared.
They too scared. Like, yo, stop watching the damn news all damn day. You be all right.
What are you doing? What they seeing on the news? What they seeing hoes do? They got them scared of hoes.
Well, the thing is, what they see on their phone versus being in person, that's what is intimidating them.
It's that social dilemma, man.
Social dilemma.
Not to mention, you know, everybody's on. I mean, I've been checking out a couple of clips. I've been checking out some YouTubers who've been like talking about the dangers of TikTok and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Because that, you know, when people are just using those apps, they're getting that dopamine fix and everything. So I'm thinking, and he can't put the phone down. And he's probably also got some other issues. But what I want to say about Pookie is, has Pookie been screened for like a couple of things? Like maybe he might have undiagnosed ADHD or some shit like that.
He probably got all of that kind of stuff.
That shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Pookie. I'm talking about Pookie with the ADD thing, sir.
Oh no, Pookie. Yeah,
I'm talking about Hammer though, right?
Yeah, but no, Pookie's been screened, but he doesn't have that. Yeah.
Okay, because I was wondering, maybe he's just like he's so a little rambunctious. He just needs to calm down. Mm-hmm. He'll calm down. He just needs to go through what's it called? Like he's got to go through a wall.
Yeah,
he's got to go through the wall because the wrong head is hard as fuck. That's the problem sometimes. But
Well, wait a minute. Let me ask y'all something. With Hammer, how is it that he would push such a narrative if he's been kicking it with y'all for 3 years? How would he put such a? How would he not understand that that's out of pocket?
I think he's been hanging out with the white incels, and I think that's where it's coming from.
But to defend black women, though, wait a minute. In that regard, like he ain't getting black pussy, he ain't white pussy. He getting dog pussy.
He's not getting any. But if you
listen,
if you listen to white incels, as far as race is concerned, that's what they would tell him, that the white Chad is preferable, and basically white guys don't like you messing with their women.
Okay. In other words, he's listening to the losers of white guys.
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Instead of actually talking to the winners of white guys that will tell you a lot of the winners don't even really give a fuck if you mess with their women.
The winners of white guys don't even give a shit.
Yeah.
You know the name of the game your bitch chose me.
Yeah, well, that's what they would tell you, and they will say if she's on that side, she needs to stay over there. That's what white guys would say.
Oh yeah, exactly. She gotta stay over there. That's what all they say, bro. Like on TikTok, I ain't gonna lie to you. I hate to be that guy, but like that's what they say. Like, hey, she over there, she burning the coal. She gotta stay over there. So
yeah, well, that's what we should do to our women, though. But we don't.
Oh, I'm on that shit. Oh, I don't know bitches back, man. I'm like,
Been there, done that.
Well, you play in the snow, you die in the snow, man.
Because they try to hold us. They try to hold us to that standard.
I do not play that shit, bro. You stay in the snow. You do that shit. Oh, bitch, all right, then. It's all right, though, man. Hey, Twitter has been a horrible place for women, bro. Like, They got so many videos of chicks being like, I can't stand these niggas. All I date is goddamn white boy. And all of a sudden, you got this boyfriend is a black dude. I'd be like, God,
yeah. Like what kind of black dude would date Crystal Carrison?
I don't know, man. He can't know past, bro. He can't know her past.
He has to know her past. If somebody's gonna tell him.
I mean, you just gonna fuck the dog shit out of, you know what I'm saying?
I think Carrison been banging black guys for the whole time she's been married. I do believe that.
Really?
I believe that, man. I mean, come on, hey, she from South. She from
talk
Central
about
Avenue.
him too much.
Hey, Rogan. She grew up on Central Avenue.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you tell? Can you tell about that fake Valley Girl tone?
Yeah, that fake Valley.
I don't know.
In other words, she's had her pipes banged out a few times.
I don't know. Have you seen the new divested queen right now? I don't know her name. She was on was it Twitter and TikTok? I don't know the one.
I can't tell one from the other, man. What's your name?
Her name is Grace. That was her porn name, nigga.
That chick. The ghetto gagger.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Like she got
wait a minute. You said that she's a new divested queen. What's new about her? If she was in porn.
She used to be a ghetto gagger. She got a white baby daddy. Yeah, she was. She used to be a ghetto gagger. I mean, on film.
That bitch don't give up gagging.
What I'm saying is she used to be in the
come on, man.
As a ghetto gagger. She don't perform anymore. Okay.
Oh, what's her name?
On camera. No, she ain't selling the product.
Her name was Miracle, bro.
It was America or Miracle? What is
Miracle.
Miracle.
Spell it for us, man, because you got that southern accent.
I mean, America. I gotta go fucking look at this shit. Make sure I'm saying it right. Give me a second.
I was wondering
you from Georgia, man, and the math ain't mathing right here.
Yeah, America, man, like America, bro.
No, spell it, man.
Excuse
me.
Excuse me.
Look this shit up, though.
I just want to acknowledge MS Delta here.
Because I don't know if it's an I or an A. Okay.
Hold up. I just want to acknowledge.
No spite to you because I got cousins from Louisiana, so I have to ask them to spell it sometimes.
All right. Anyway, MS Delta guy, thank you for another $5. As like he says here, if we want to keep it real, some high-powered white guys will offer their women to a black guy and want to watch.
Oh yeah, they do that all the time.
Yeah, exactly. They're into that.
That's a whole category in porn.
I have actually been part of that situation, so I can confirm that.
Wait, hold up. These fellas talking.
Indecent proposal,
huh?
You took that indecent proposal, huh?
Look, man, it was late night. We was on a cruise ship, and it was like from what I've been told, they get off on the ship. It started with a dance, and I'm trying to get the dude to be involved in the dancing on them because it teaches how to do the Latin dance because he got a Latin chick. I'm like, how the hell do you get this Spanish broad and you can't even fucking salsa in this bitch? It ain't hard.
So you got that indecent proposal?
Look, I avoided that shit, but I did the dance, and I didn't, because to me I thought it was fucking weird, and I didn't understand, and I had to have some people explain the shit to me.
Oh,
I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't know what it was.
But he wasn't good enough, huh?
It's $800 to watch a flower.
You hanging out with a dude and his wife, and then all of a sudden the dude start playing with his wife's titties in front of you. It's like, oh shit, what the fuck's going on here? Let's get the fuck out of here.
I remember that shit happened. I remember that shit happened to my younger brother. He was out one night. This is up here, and his Norwegian wasn't that good at the time. So I don't know. The couple was just looking at him, and my brother's kind of like Charles, only lighter in complexion.
Mm-hmm.
But sorry, Charles.
So he was a bull, huh?
He's kind of swole. He's swole like that, you know.
Okay.
But the thing was like, this guy just approached me. And my brother, he's a frequent patron. He was a frequent patron at this one particular bar. So I knew all the guys that on the staff and shit. So the dude just came up to him and just saying some shit to him, and my brother's having a hard time understanding him. And my brother said, "I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying," but you know, he just walked away.
So I looked at the bartender and he said, "What the fuck did he just say?" And explained to him what it was. He's like, and he was just confused by the whole thing. So he went and told me that shit. I was like,
are you making the faces as you tell us this, dog? We can't see your face. You pausing like you making faces. Like we can see your face, nigga.
What? What?
You took pauses in your story like we can see your face, nigga. I can hear
my
you
bad.
speak. You making faces to yourself. We can't see you, motherfucker.
So he takes a pause. So he has a pause. He's looking at the bartender like, what? Rogish.
Go ahead, bro. You got it.
By the way, Rogish is my brother in trauma, by the way. Hey, PTSD, recognize PTSD. What can I say? Anyway, so he told me that shit. I left my ass off. I was thinking, oh, all right. But, but he didn't get it. Somebody tried that shit to me. I was like, nah, I'm good. Because I'm not down with that shit. I know what it's about, but I'm just like, not in my, because in my conscience, I can't deal with it.
I be thinking it's on some sorcery shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, you motherfuckers y'all get more out of it than this bitch getting some dick. Get the fuck out of it. You know what I mean?
I'm scared some shit like gonna happen to me. Like I'm just gonna get kidnapped, get hit across the head. You hit the wrong side of the, a wrong side of the planet and some shit like underground.
Like, these motherfuckers, fuck that.
He gonna end up like old boy and get out.
Exactly.
Worst case scenario for me would have been like I'd end up dead. And I'd be missing a couple of organs or some shit like that. That's what I was thinking.
I'm like, I can't risk that kind of shit. I'm sorry. I just know too much about the world, bro. I just be like, nah. Man.
Hell.
Again, that's why I was like, I thought this shit was weird. I was like, I'm good. We just gonna keep it on the dance floor and just keep pushing.
Shit. Charles, I told you the story once. I've told a few people the story, in private. But I got a friend I haven't spoken to in a while, female. She's Norwegian, and she goes both ways. But there was this one chick she introduced me to. We were just hanging out, whatnot. And they've been drinking. I don't drink. And next thing you know, this other chick starts hitting on me. She's asking me, so you got a big what you call? I'm like, and that's when the red flag came. It was it was blaring in my face. Like those dudes be waving flags in NASCAR and shit.
Well, it's two drunk Norwegian bitches in front of you. You think that's a red flag?
Yeah, I'm black and African.
Okay, okay, nigga, live a little, nigga.
Nigga, no. Wait. Let me finish.
You ever fuck a white bitch? You ever fuck a white bitch before?
Plenty.
Okay, plenty. I just making sure, like, nigga, you know what they got, man.
You gotta pay attention, man.
No.
I would have. You said he just met these girls and they was drunk.
One of them I know. The other one I met that night. One of them was a friend, and the other one was a friend of hers that she introduced me to that night. We were just hanging out.
Diary shit, cuz you turn that down. God damn.
No, I had to turn it down. Here's why. One, they were both been drinking. I'm sober. Next morning, I would have gotten booked. That's a case to catch. 2, they got boyfriends. One of them, and I met their boyfriends. I've met their boyfriends before, so I wasn't trying to catch that shit. 3, I didn't have a condom on me at the time, and I ain't going to the raw dog and pull out shit. That's not my stilo. Especially when I found out one or probably 2 of them have a certain type of STD that you keep like luggage, if you know what I'm saying.
That package.
I ain't fucking with that. I don't get down like that.
Bro, I be out there off sometimes, bro. I can't say nothing.
I mean, look.
Man, look, dive in that Norwegian pussy, get you a shot tomorrow, and walk off in the sunset like a pimp.
I don't know if you get shot off, bro.
Do you understand what I said?
He did, but he don't.
I was gonna get
he understood, but he don't give a fuck.
Nigga nasty, bro.
He a dirty dick. No. I just realized something. Rogish is our residential Dirty Dick Rodney. That's who he is.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Oh, wait, hold up, cuz. Wait a minute. Hey, hold up, bro. Pause. We gonna say pause on that. Wait a minute.
You Dirty Dick Rodney, man, because you trying to egg me on some shit, you little.
Dirty Dick. Wait a minute, cuz. No.
You a Dirty Dick Rodney.
Bro, what nigga? The fact that is even a thing. What the fuck does that mean?
That was
And
some
you will
Jack
stick it in without no protection, not give a fuck. STD and all.
Oh nah, cause look, nigga, you can't get joking, nigga. All right, look, it was I was having some fun with this.
Motherfucker, I use so much protection. A couple of condom companies should be giving me an endorsement. If I was a UFC fighter, I would have, you know, I'd have Shin, I'd have Durex, and a couple of the condom companies emblazed on my shorts, as well as my team and whatnot.
They will make a Trojan with a tribal emblem on it for your ass.
You know what? This is a picture of Neymar using condoms right here. We got footage. Right here.
No.
Wait, hold up, cuz.
We blocking the fuck out them bitches. Hold on, no, bitch. Hold on, let me go ahead and check what I'm gonna do real quick.
Hold on, let me get my dude. I don't know y'all give a fuck, but on the real, for real, on the real, truth be told, I speak truth to power on this one when I say this. Honest to God, I've never done it raw, and nor do I ever intend to do it raw. The closest I probably do would be doing raw if I was wearing a skin Jimmy hat, because those are non-latex, and they give you the sense that you in there raw.
You've never had fleshy pussy. You've always had a bag on your shit. Every time.
Always happy. Dude, I can't. Dude, I come from East Africa. HIV is still a death sentence, my dude.
Okay, my bad. All right, cuz, yeah, you got it.
You understand now. You understand. You understand.
I ain't mad at you, dog. You don't want that package.
My own brand of condoms called Thundercat condoms. Thundercat, go get your money.
Wait, Rogan. You know what Rogan's with me?
Put the Iron Thunder at the end of the motherfucker.
That's how you know. That's how you know you came. Oh. Is it just funny because this joke sells itself because the sword actually gets erect and grows? Ooh.
Oh shit! Oh, so he passed
get that the Thundercat, baby. Oh god.
Yeah, Rogan. First of all, you ain't shit, and God bless you for it. But what I will say is, like, nigga, you are one cheesy ass motherfucker. You egging motherfuckers, you know. You like a bacon and egg sandwich sometimes.
We talking from yesterday?
Yeah, that too.
All right,
straight out the gas station. 3 days old donuts with the glaze still making it look fresh.
It was so bad yesterday that Rogish, man, he was like, "What you talking about, cuz? You fucking rubber bitches, cuz."
Yo, wait, look, that's the fucked up part though. All y'all knew that, and I didn't know that. So I'm wondering, how can he talk on what another motherfucker is doing to get pussy? And he ain't even. And I thought that maybe he was, with black woman or whatever, right? He's standing hard on that stance. And like, no.
But he got no pussy. I mean, he's the definition of computer love. Shit.
Yeah, but wait a minute.
No. Come on, man.
What inspired him to start questioning cats going outside of the states for their women? It's like, all right, or you must be partaking of mad women within the states and seeing qualities of them that the other cats, your brothers ain't seeing, and that's the stance that he's making. Nigga,
he ain't even been the game, coach.
Hold up, and on top of that, you got a bitch in your life, but the bitch is made by Mattel. Nigga, you serious? Hey,
I'm gonna say this. We don't even know what this motherfucker look like. How we know he's like? How we know this guy's like? How tall is this, first of all? How much does he weigh? He could be a heavy-set motherfucker.
That don't matter, man.
He had the experience to speak.
No, because he has that kind. No, because the point I'm saying is, because the point I'm trying to say is, yeah, he's been like we said, he's been listening to the wrong crowd. He's probably got some self-esteem issues.
He's the babe of itself.
Well, actually, he got a point there. So they are, Mattel has been going from going from child's play to adult play nowadays.
I mean, but you know what? A lot of
They got
bitches
adult
trying
play
to get
section
plastic these
division
days.
now.
You know what I'm talking about? So he might be ahead of the whatever.
I mean, what?
We
I mean,
smashing life-size Barbie.
life-size Barbie.
You know what I mean?
It's fucked up because if he gets a set of Transformers, you really don't know where he's going with that one.
Bruh, you better not want him
man.
back, man.
I'm
You
gonna say
better
this
not
though.
want
I'm
him
gonna say
back.
this about I'm gonna say this about those adult dolls and shit. Those dolls for grown men and shit. One YouTuber who's in the manosphere, brother in arms of ours, former
Those
Navy.
are not dolls. Those are machine. Those are machine. What's the word?
Sex bot.
No.
Sex bot.
Bruh, you gotta understand something, cuz for motherfuckers to create something that is anthropomorphized in a machine symbology, right?
Okay, let me just get to my point, if I will.
Nah, you shitting on Transformers, cuz fucked up.
Nah, but no. What I'm trying to say is,
We
one
bang
cat
for
we
the
got.
spark over here, cuz.
Gotta get the spark.
All right,
You
bro.
know what I mean?
It
Get
could be
your walk
worse.
on. We're gonna get your walk on.
It could be worse. He could have the My Little Ponies or some shit. Oh god. Oh lord. What's the boy pony, mom? The boy pony, mom, the one that's dragging on the carpet.
Oh man.
Why you walking funny, mom? You'll understand me older.
You know the funny part is,
damn.
I got a few partners. I got a few
sorry,
partners.
but you got to think about this, right? He goes to Howard. Howard, nigga.
Wait a minute. What? He's a virgin? He's a virgin at Howard?
Howard, man.
He's a virgin? Hold on, wait a minute.
You gotta
Charles,
understand something.
How do
Those
you not
bitches are throwing pussy like Captain America does his mighty shield.
Look. How
Wait,
do you
he's a virgin.
how do you go to
Hold on,
Howard
let me say this real quick.
and you're not Howard?
So he's a virgin at an HBCU, my nigga?
That's like almost impossible, right?
Wait a minute.
Look, wait.
Has he experienced colorism by any chance?
Wait a minute. The issue
he
isn't
probably
that he's a
dark-skinned as hell?
virgin. Let's say that he's a virgin, right? Ain't nothing wrong with that. The fact that the fact that he's not inclined to holler. He's at Howard. Howard is full of fine women, right? DC full of fine
AKA
women.
anybody.
You know what I mean? So it's like, yo, cuz, what the deal? He
You
got,
gotta
but
think
he got,
about-
but he got, he got, he got,
Go
a
ahead,
rubber, he got a rubber bitch though. So if you got a rubber bitch, and let's say that he's actually able to put those feelings in that rubber bitch. Now, what? Okay, now we laugh and shit, but and say that, all right, yeah, that's ludicrous, that's crazy.
You are so good at turning me on.
I'm gonna say this about that shit because I remember, if anybody's ever seen Boston Legal, I remember they had an episode regarding all that shit. It was some funny shit. Like what's his name? William Shatner's character. He actually had a life-size doll version of Candice Bergen in that one. And he showed it to her, and she's like,
what is?
And he just looked at her and said, yeah, Boston Legal. Boston Legal, the show, if you remember that.
I'm just confused because you're at Howard. You're 45 to an hour away from Copp and Morgan. You literally are the Kingdom Hall of HBCU pussy.
Here's my question. Is he even attracted to black women?
I don't know, man.
Exactly. See, that's one thing we never figured out about the people.
It's nothing wrong with being a virgin. Let me just put that out there.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong with the man being a virgin. What's wrong is you're trying to dictate certain things to men who have experience in something you have none about. That's where you get disingenuous. If you want to be a virgin, hey, go help yourself. But you try to tell us that we're putting certain women on a pedestal. Look, first and foremost, it is very, very, very disrespectful to dick police grown-ass men twice your age.
Mm-hmm.
Especially your dick is dried in the mighty Sahara.
Where's he at that he ain't get that based off of GP being in America. Where in America is he at? Where that lesson wasn't just some GP shit.
I'm sure I'm trying to figure it out because, like he
He's
said,
in the
well,
DMV area. He's got to
he
be in the
tried to say,
DMV.
well,
He ain't in the
he's over-
fucking DMV and he out of pocket like that. DMV got game, cuz.
And what's Rogish? You gotta understand, he's not ADOS. This guy is second generation African immigrant.
second generation. Well, he's first generation here. But so you got to think about it, right?
Yeah.
You can't get away with that level of disrespect to DMV men without some
In a barbershop on Georgia Ave, nigga, get the fuck out of here.
You go to fucking Monument Street, you get your head jerked off, man, talking the way he was talking greasy.
Shit. Nope.
Rogish, where you at, first of all?
I'm in Dallas.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
okay.
shit.
Okay.
We're not too far from each other.
Now I used to live in Northwest 4th Street.
All right.
I'm in Houston.
Oh, where?
Okay. Texas in the house. Don't start. By the way, greetings, JX. What's good, brother?
What's good? What's good?
Man, how you been, bro? Where you hollering it from?
I'm
Yeah,
actually
brother.
not far from where Charles lives. So
Yeah. Like, how old are you, man?
Baltimore?
I am 27. You've probably seen me around. I used to work at Belvedere Square way long ago.
Oh yeah, I know what Belvedere Square. That's my.
Come again? You were Borgen, Charles. You were Borgen for a bit.
Locutus.
Oh yeah,
I
good old
just realized
Belvedere.
something.
But yeah, I'm
I'll tell you
20.
what's funny.
I just turned 27. So I'm not that much. I'm older than Hammer, but I don't get how he's 20 and that down bad. That just sound I'm confused.
Ooh, explain that, Jets. Explain it. Word.
I know I'm
You know what?
confused.
I'm gonna ask you because you're resident Z on the board.
No, he's millennial. He's JX
like
is
that.
actually millennial.
I'm like I'm at the cusp. I went to school with Gen Z like early.
Oh, he's close enough. He's close enough. Let me ask you this question. Do you think a lot of guys in your part of the generation or below afraid of rejection, afraid of women? What is it? What do you?
Yeah,
what do
they
you
are.
think it is?
I think I mentioned them on multiple panels that they were on TikTok. Like
Yeah.
celebrating a guy talking to women in a mall. Like they were just like, teach me the ways. I'm like, just talk. Like, what the fuck? Like, why is that some like hidden dark secret trick just to talk to women and get a phone number?
Are these cats that play sports? Are these cats that play sports as well? Or
I mean, these are kids online. I don't know if they play. I mean, to be honest with you, a lot of schools. I mean, I've been out to like K through 12 for a while, so like, they probably took a lot of sports. I mean, these dudes are kind of like emasculated. So
even the sports players are emasculated.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? To be fair,
This
Charles,
is going on with this.
To be fair, I'm not the right person to ask, honestly, because Charles, you'll get this.
Nigga, I'm asking what you observe, not what you
on.
think.
Give me some I'll give you some context. Charles, you'll get this reference. I went to Gilman for a while, so it's a different vibe.
Yeah, you went to an all-male school.
Yeah, I didn't graduate there for high school, but I went there for like a good chunk of my life. So I have a different foundation.
But that's because you know I'm gonna say this, and Rogan should agree. That's because you were held to a very masculine standard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And see, when Gilman, that's not a cheap school to go to either. And no, hell no, it's not cheap to go to Gilman.
It's like college prices, yeah.
It's a private school. It's basically, if you go to Gilman, you're pretty much guaranteed for college.
More or less, yeah. Some kids fucking
more or less, yeah. But you got to think about it, right? Is that when you go to an all-male school, you're not allowed to be weak because you know what happens when you're the weak one of the pack.
Oh, everybody roasts you. And that's what I was gonna say. So I went to I didn't actually go to Gilman, but I went to a very similar school. I'm not gonna like dox myself, but I went to a very similar school to Gilman. If you get my drift, Charles, that's not too far away. That's also all boys. You'll probably know.
Oh, yeah.
And then I went to school for the arts for high school. And when my middle school friends are more they have their fuck ups, but they're more, I don't know, solid. The guys I met from high school, they're the ones that are more like, and this is not because they went to art school. I think it's just they're more effeminate in general. Like it's more willing to kind of go tick for tat. So a lot of the younger guys, I would say, one, they pedestalize women. I can tell you that Hammer probably pedestalizes women. The fact that he kept saying that to y'all, I'm like, nah, nigga, you pedestalize women. The thing people don't also
but not in front of
like him won't understand.
So he was projecting.
I was saying this to Smitty when I was in Colombia. I was like, someone like Hammer would get fucking like no one said anything about it, but I'm like, he would get drugged in a foreign country like DR, Colombia, because I'm like, you're obvious, like you're screaming that you're desperate. Like these women can see it from a mile away, so they would like use him for, like to get an iPhone or to get a dinner, or like Loki just like, kill this nigga.
Hammer is that green where he actually needs to be taken like that for him to have that quick experience. And he unfortunately he has to be taken to the lowest depth of suckerism. And
Lil Dish, I gotta stop you right there for a minute.
What?
I gotta bring up something really important as the only motherfucker here from the continent. Where this guy's originally from, that place, Senegal and the Gambia. Yeah, Senegal and the Gambia. But so together they're called Senegambia.
Okay.
You do have a lot of sexual tourism down there. It's mostly elderly white women coming down there.
Okay.
So if he were to go down there, he would probably he would have had some kind of cultural shock down there or some shit like that.
He already fucking with a doll. How much could that change be from an old white man?
Think about it. Actual intimacy or or human contact is something he may have some kind of hang up on.
Yeah.
So there's got to be something psychological along.
It's not even that. I could tell you because I guess the people my age bracket just dead ass not on this. They're on YouTube, but they don't get on the panels with y'all. So when I was in college, which was not crazy long ago, there was all the the Me Too Title IX stuff. So a lot of people were just kind of getting randomly accused. So pretty much after that happened before I came
repeat that, Jax. Repeat that for the motherfuckers in the back.
So a lot of people were it would be like, you fucked a chick, and then I remember someone trying to accuse me because a girl came on to me drunk at a party, and they were like, you made her feel uncomfortable. I'm like, nigga, she came to my party drunk, came up to me and started making out. So people would just kind of stretch shit out. So a lot of people it's two things.
And that's what I'm talking about dudes watching the news. I said title. I know what you're talking about because I was in college back in 2012. That's when that shit started popping up.
Exactly.
With the title.
So on campus, I don't know how it is at Howard, but like I'm gonna be honest. When I visited Morgan a couple of times. I had friends there. The nigga probably just don't dress. Cause I noticed a lot of HBCU kids are a little bit more swagged out on campus than the PWI kids. So that's number one. Number two. There might, at HBCU, they might not hit him with a Title IX, but he's probably just not, as the black chicks would say, applying enough pressure. And the dude probably hangs out with like nerdy. He's not confident in himself. That's really the issue, and he's too.
He was so super awkward, not socialized nerd types.
He's a lot of guys.
I just want him to finish because for time immemorial. I don't want anybody to say this is somebody in their late 30s or 40s saying this. Keep going.
No, I'm just saying that Hammer, I don't think I've run into someone who's that. I've run into guys like him that were angry, but not that much where they like, it's a different, and I don't know what's good with him. Like that's to be 20 years old, like you can't even drink and you that angry. He must be like beating his meat, watching like bitches go out with other niggas like out his window or some shit. Like it just something there just screams like this nigga's just like at home, like
that's why I asked him, have you ever chloroformed a bitch? That's why I asked him, have you ever chloroformed a bitch?
It just are you trying to get into he probably plead the fifth. He probably plead the fifth.
That's why I was saying earlier and everything too. Like, yo, he doesn't want to go out and do the work.
The thing is, most of these kids don't go out. That's the other thing.
Exactly. And that's a lot of these young Gen Zs these days. I mean, a lot of these young dudes these days.
It's all online.
They too much entitled to pussy to the level that, you know what, number one, you're trying to get a girl to like you. You need to stop that. You need to know that, you know what, if just as much as you're not entitled to a pussy, she's not entitled to your dick and your money. And a lot of these guys carry that attitude that way and stuff like that.
They pedestalize women. I would say most of the guys in my age bracket are like what I call it is bitch politics. Like they will be for the whole other dude for a chick that I'm like, dude, this chick is like a fucking forward everywhere else. But
exactly, and I think that's another thing too. They'll start all of a sudden glorifying the lowest fruit of chick out there, and she like she a dime, but she's been playing them.
Like I just came from the mall in Baltimore. And I was seeing, I mean, I saw chicks give me choosing signals, but I think after going out the country and like seeing other women, I'm like, I'm unfazed. I'm just like, it's not worth this. But I know other guys who have never gone, they never just travel even outside of Baltimore. Their viewpoint of women is very skewed. That's why I look at someone like Hammer. He's in a similar. I don't know, because it's DC. There's a mixture of people that come through there. I think with him, it's just he doesn't dress. He doesn't have like any stage presence when he talks to people. He's also a comp sci kid, so he's probably super analytical and like thinking about. I've seen. Okay, I'll put it to you like this. I've seen in those type of forums, these guys have like flow charts for dating. Like if they do this, like you know how you have a flow chart for an app, they've taken dating and made it into like flow charts around like how you look.
In other words, how do they hold on, let me say this real quick. In other words, they try to logic their way into a relationship.
Yes, they're trying to logic their way into
exactly. They overanalyze and think too much instead of actually, you know what, take the information and go out and do the work, see if it applies.
But see, that's the thing.
Like the 40-year-old virgin and stuff like that. Look at that whole movie before he finally got laid. He was overthinking so much and shit like that. Like you constantly almost screwed up with the female that
They're
actually
afraid
wanted
if
to be
they
in a
go
relationship
out
with him.
and talk to a chick sometimes that they'll make her feel uncomfortable and get like not really reported, but like canceled in certain like social groups.
Yeah, creepy.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah, very
It's not
creepy.
said, but it's implied. To be
What
honest,
the fuck? This is interesting. This is very, very.
but I will tell you, I've checked out. I mean, Smitty, if he was here, he could. I'm kind of a different dude because I also went to private school. That's why I sound the way I do. So I kind of like.
So you sound like me.
Yeah, I
You
probably
sound
do.
JX, you sound like a mature adult. You sound like a proper gentleman. That is how you're
Yeah,
supposed to sound,
if
brother.
you saw me, a lot of people in Baltimore, because how I look, they think I'm gonna sound really like hood. But then I open my mouth and like, oh shit. But my point being is that someone like Hammer,
You dress like the average Baltimorean, but you sound like me.
honestly, I don't. I wear a lot of other. Yeah, nah. If you saw me, you would be like, all right, I dress like a hipster person.
Nah, that's
Okay. Brother, get rid of the skinny jeans.
I don't
They're
have
doing
skinny
damage to you.
Nah,
Good answer. Good man.
hipsters
Good
don't
man.
wear
Good
skinny
man.
jeans.
I don't wear skinny jeans.
That is a
Hipsters don't wear
crime
skinny jeans.
to masculinity.
I just heard him say he hits the type. He thought he wears skinny jeans. Damn.
Nah, I definitely don't wear that.
You know those
Hipsters
hipsters.
wear skinny jeans.
So
You ever
Jack,
see? Wait, hold on. Wait.
You're
Hold on.
right, but not all women mean still. I'm from New York.
Am I wrong?
One at a time. One at a time.
Oh, Mel,
Who's that?
have you ever heard of a lumbersexual?
I mean, I've heard
What?
of that. I don't really do
A
it.
lumbersexual. Let me break it down.
That's all these damn sexual
Let them break it down. Let them break it down.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on. Let me explain. I've noticed this since like 2014, 2015. A lot of dudes, white guys mostly, they rock like stylish hair, skinny jeans, but they wear flannel and grow beards like a lumberjack. It's a mix between a lumberjack and the metrosexual look. You understand? That's why it's called lumbersexual.
Yeah, I mean they have that in certain. I mean they have that like when I lived in Pittsburgh. There were dudes. There was like a little crowd of dudes like that. But that's
I've seen plenty up here in Norway. It's funny as hell for me.
I'm not shocked. I see some of those in New York.
Yeah, they're definitely
Brooklyn. Yeah, Brooklyn, the village.
They be on the
yeah,
L
all that,
train
yeah.
looking shook.
Yep, Soho.
But yeah,
are y'all actually believing and receiving that shit? A lumber sexual? What the fuck is
I've
sexual?
never heard that term, but the way Nate will describe it, I've seen it. Yeah, that's the type of style.
And then be the same dudes who usually have a girlfriend that does OnlyFans as well.
Yo,
nowadays.
Yo, this is going
These hipsters are also free spirit, like also
too.
They really be Lucarioing those type of chicks. You know, she sucked dick in the streets and they kiss her at home.
Oh, you mean the open relationship lifestyle?
Probably. I went to school in New York. I know a lot of people that move that type of way, especially in Brooklyn.
I know people that. I mean, I don't knock them. That's what they think. Fuck it.
I knock them because it be tacky looking chicks, and I'm like, hey man, if you want to wife up a Honda looking chick,
because you know that's one thing they don't even explain that for and everything. Yeah, I mean, they make it seem like a lot of these chicks in that lifestyle is all like you see in the porn movies. Most of them is very average looking and stuff.
Below.
If you do see some dimes and shit like that, it usually be a couple that they're looking for another girl.
Yeah, I can
like
see
that.
that.
If it's not, they're not gonna have another guy like that and everything like that. No, it's usually because when I went to Mocha Fest, I seen this couple like no homo muscular, and his wife was looking like a dime, but they was looking for another chick. The fuck.
I
Wait, hold on a second. Mel, drop the no homo. We know you straight. You ain't got to be insecure around here.
I know. I gotta say that for the chat and then shit like that.
I'm curious from like y'all's perspective because you're a lot old. Y'all are all a lot older than I am because I literally just turned 27 like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
So
congratulations.
yeah, thanks. So I'm not. Yeah, it's not like I'm not crazy ass fucking old. So I'm like, when I look at Hammer, I'm just like, dude, we probably would have not run exact same circles, but definitely would have like overlapped to some degree. So I'm lost, but I'm like, how do y'all feel about this? Because I know you have to look at a whole generation of dudes who are like overthinking just how to like get a girl's number, which I know they do. So
I've done that.
One thing when I be listening to Lucaria's show, a lot of them dudes that call in, I'll be like, yo, y'all make things so damn complicated and shit like that for real. And it's sad. There's a lot of dudes like that out there. Like, like
it's
not
so sad.
Like you're trying to get laid, but you're doing so much trying to get it. You ain't gotta do all that shit.
No, they not what it is. They're trying to use some tactics to get laid when they really want a relationship. So what they're supposed to be doing
Rogan, you know what that's called? Alan Roger Curry had a term for it. It's called being mode 2.
Fun clubbing.
And it usually backfires on them at the end. They're trying to act like they want a relationship, but they just want to fuck. They do all the shit that we've been indoctrinated from the 90s. Think we have to be this overly romantic.
Hold on. We're talking about
and the funny thing
Z.
about it
Generation
is,
Z ain't even of that. Wait a minute.
But here's the funny thing about it though. They overestimate women's sexual needs. Some women do just want to fuck. Not all females have a sexual lifestyle that was always bad. Like
but wait a minute,
people
these
that have
motherfuckers don't just want to fuck these bitches. They want a girlfriend.
They want a girlfriend.
These motherfuckers like they really want some pussy. If you want some pussy, you go out and get some pussy.
Yeah, that's the problem.
What I'm saying. You gotta be direct with the shit. That's the
the problem.
They don't want to do that. That's the problem. That's why I said they'll be indirect. They're too damn scared and timid.
That's the problem. What I've noticed, they all want girlfriends. They're not complaining.
Damn, they don't
want
pussy.
They won't. No,
not only that. There's no one.
Hold up, Mel. Let me say this real quick. Mel, let me say.
Girlfriend too. Also too that telling you're not entitled to.
Let me say this real quick. It's not just that they want a girlfriend. They also want unconditional love.
That's facts.
Say that again. Say that again.
It's not just that they also want the girlfriend. They want unconditional love, and they don't understand that that's not how it works when it comes between a man and a woman. There is conditions to your love when you're loving that woman, and the vice versa. And they don't understand that.
Lacking in their life. Then where are they supposed to get that from?
Beasley, you know what, Beasley? You just said something very
important. The reality
is
there's no such thing as unconditional love.
How do they learn it? How do they learn it? Why is it that
Disney? That's the whole thing. Disney. They grew up. Sometimes even TVs.
What we complaining about when we talk about this Marvel shit? When we're complaining about Black Panther and all this other shit, when they fuck with these characters and they mess with this mythology of all this stuff and they insert that in these boys' head. Like you grow up watching TV, like even when you watch the white shows, like Everybody Loves Raymond or King of Queens, where you see the man's a bitch and you think you're supposed to operate like that.
Exactly. Look at how we grew up in the 90s. Some of us 80s babies and below. Look at the shows that we grew up on.
Come on.
The man in the marriage. The man was technically emasculated. The wife was acting talking about he's an idiot, but at the end of the episode, she'd be like, yo, I'm proud of you, kiss him and shit. And he just fell for that shit all the different time.
So
I mean, I go far as that's the Flintstones.
Family Matters. Hold up, you niggas were watching Family Matters and trying to, I'm a pattern my family behind that shit. Get the fuck out of here,
even that too. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Even that too. And
even that too.
Episodes in Family Matters. In many shows Family Matters, Carl was emasculated by his wife and his own mother.
Shit, look at Martin in fucking Bad Boys.
Oh yeah.
Look at Martin
and Bad Boys. Was Bad Boys 2 when he got shot in the butt, like feeling emasculated?
Martin emasculated himself on that. What the fuck they got to do with his family?
But that's
the whole dynamic that they're growing up on. That they feel like they have to be this way. They think that's the norm and shit like that. Look at all the R&B 90s Simpsons we grew up on also too.
Yeah, but these Generation Z motherfuckers ain't growing up.
I would say with Gen Z.
I'm gonna tell you what it is.
I gotta start singing R. Kelly now.
Hold on. I'm gonna just tell you what it is. It's a combination of media and it's a combination of not growing up with real men.
Exactly.
Okay. It's a combination of a guy like Hammer does not understand female nature. He's afraid of it. A lot of guys are afraid of females saying, I just want to fuck you. Okay.
No kissing
A
and
lot- a
rubbing,
lot of-
girl. You got a husband who loves
A lot of them are afraid. Yeah, a lot of them are afraid. A lot of them, believe it or not, a lot of them are afraid of men, of women saying, I just want to fuck you. I don't want a relationship with you. Put it to you this way. They used to say women love harder. They don't. Women love you for what you can do. If they love you, there's very few women that'll love you for you. Because
They
men
love you.
have
They fall in love with the idea of being in a relationship with you.
men have to earn their value. So it's like how can I say it? When I started to become out there, okay? There are certain lessons you had to know. There's girls who are going to be wives, there's girls who are going to be girlfriends, and there's girls who are going to be good fucks.
Yep.
You have to learn not to give a fuck. You can't put total realization and your total trust in a female because they're going to fail you. Because that female is not, I understand when I say females have no integrity. Most do not. So when you don't have those experiences, it's like building your armor. It's like you ever been in combat sports where you're hitting a heavy bag. The first goddamn time you hit the heavy bag, your fucking hands hurt. The first time you wrestle, you fall down and you jam your finger. It's the most excruciating pain ever. What happens 2 weeks later?
Stay at it.
You get used to it.
You get used to it. Your body builds up the tolerance. And see what happens is
we're getting better. It comes with
yeah.
getting better.
Plus, you're getting better. Plus, you got to realize your tolerance towards females' bullshit. Be like, when a female tells you, I'm not interested, you either be like, hey, sweetheart, you have a good day. Or you might be a little bold and say, okay, why am I not your type? Well, I said, no. This is what you do. Here's my number. I don't give a fuck. What's your number? Because I already know you're beautiful and all, but I know you don't have a man because a man wouldn't let something as fine as you walk by itself. And sometimes men don't even understand how women shit test you. Because a woman will shit test you and say, I got a man, and then see how you react. Because if you be like, man, fuck all that. Or if you're disrespectful, she's not going to give you the number. Or if you take it on the chin and be like, okay, tell your man that he got a beautiful woman. And then there's many of women who said that, and they were like, you know what? I don't have a man. I was just using that because I get too many knuckleheads coming at me.
They don't have game.
I could tell you that a lot of the guys like Hammer, because it was definitely like this when I was in school.
That's not game, that's charm.
What they would do is they would befriend the chick and like drag it out for like 6 months, pretty much the whole fucking school year. And at the end of the school year, send her some like soliloquy about like via text, not even in person, about how I like her or how the nigga would be like, yo, I like you, da 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 da. This whole time, like I saw that with a lot of black and white dudes, just everyone I went to school with. A lot of dudes would do this like weird long term, like I'm a be your friend.
Allowing yourself to get friend zoned is some of the weakest shit that you could do.
You know, it's crazy. They would get really upset. They would get really upset when they would get friend zoned. And I could tell, like when I hear Hammer, I'm like, he's one of those dudes that mimics those girls' talking points, thinking that their pussy's wet, when in reality, they're like,
that dries a motherfucker
about that. Because I had people in my school who were like that, and then I would say some shit like wild shit. These chicks would be hitting me up at night like, yo, you want to fuck? I'm like, I'll pass on you. But it was like that. A lot of times I would actually get more ass with being weirdly, like being mean to chicks. Not saying like I was hostile, but being very, I don't know, straightforward to the point and not really wasting time about not necessarily what I'm into, but not tolerating bullshit.
You're what that Sigma. That's
I guess I am.
That's Sigma style.
Well, look at this way. Look at this way. JX, I wanted to ask you a question. Sometimes we need to have good friends with us, right? Because sometimes we need to have like that social proofing. Because if you around certain dudes, certain chicks are gonna look at you a little differently. I mean, let me give you an example. I remember it was, I know we mentioned ARC, God rest his soul, but I got to bring in another motherfucker in here. Boston's own, Patrice O'Neal.
Rest in peace, Mr. P.
R.I.P. Black Phillip, motherfuckers.
Black Phillip.
Fuck that ARC shit. No offense, Smell. But he said something. I remember when him and he was on Opie and Anthony, if y'all remember that show on Sirius XM and shit. They were talking about Tiger Woods, the whole fiasco that happened in 09 and shit.
Yeah.
He said this. It makes no sense to tear that nigga down because he said, let me tell you something. Let's say I was somewhere in New York City, right in Manhattan, just chilling. If Tiger Woods say he's passing by, sees me, come out of the bodega, says, "Hey, Patrice, what's happening, baby?" Shakes my hand, gives me some love, whatnot. We talk, and then we go both separate ways. Fellas, understand, off the strength of that handshake and the fact he knows me, I be getting some pussy. I ain't bullshitting. You know what I'm saying, Logan. You know what I'm saying is right.
Yeah.
That's social proven. Hell, one of my boys, I remember one of our closest homies who passed away, God rest his soul. Some chick came up to him and asked him about this one homie of ours. She said, "Yo, what about this dude?" And his younger brother, they hyped my man up. And when she came up, approached him, nigga. And by the way, as far as that brother goes, all I can say is his technique, as far as his technique goes, it's good to have a gynecologist in the family, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, he worked at anatomy in a whole different way.
He's got an older brother who's a OBGYN, and he used to go through his textbooks and everything. And we all traded info and shit like that. My man, because I remember me personally, like what I said about the condoms things and everything. Because you understand, I'm from East African shit. One of my dudes, he came up to me, was bugging because he thought about, he got some head from some chick and he was worried that if he might get, that red ribbon shit.
Man, damn.
He was scared.
What's the percentage?
I had one scare like that once, and I had to go get tested and whatnot. Fortunately, came back negative.
What's the percentage up there?
Huh?
What's the percentage up there? You think that it is populated?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question.
What percentage of the red ribbon is present? What on 1 to 100% of the population?
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Where I'm from, I don't know. They say officially it's like pretty low, but I don't always trust it. I always take everything with a grain of salt. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then again, I'm from Eritrea. That's right next to Ethiopia. Before South Africa, Ethiopia and Kenya and Uganda, they had some of the highest rates. But since the 2000s, you've had this since the late 90s, 2000s, they've had this huge explosion of HIV. So much so that when I came here to where I'm at up here in Scandinavia, I was I felt I was kind of conflicted when there was this, like, the World Health Organization, the health organizations up here were telling local women, if you get involved with African men, you gotta wear a condom.
Wow.
But I was wondering, no, I know. I was kind of conflicted about that because I'm pro safe sex, and one of the most important aspects of safe sex is lock the motherfucking door, motherfuckers. But thank you. That's from all praise be to Simply Marvelous. If y'all remember your Def Comedy Jam. But I was kind of conflicted about that shit, but I didn't care because come from where I'm from, I don't fuck around like that. I was wearing protection anyway. But I was wondering, so what about African women who can get involved with local men? Should they be wearing that part? No, they were like, no, fuck the niggas, fuck the white boys. And people kept saying there's no AIDS over there. I'm like, motherfucker, you guys have a gay population here. I had a gay dude once say something funny to me about that. I had to call him out and say, dude, do you know your history? Look, I see a lot of black people. I've met a lot of black people still living with HIV. Do you know a lot of gay dudes from the boomer generation who's still alive or from the Gen X generation?
Okay.
He couldn't answer the question because a lot of them died.
Okay. What does that to say of their genetics or whatever?
No.
But
I was like, because I was like explaining, the whole bullshit, and like people talk about ARVs and shit. And yeah, but folks, rock the Jimmy hat. In fact,
you can go.
Huh?
Well, look, if motherfucker ain't using condom in this contemporary age, motherfucker, you deserve what the fuck you receive.
I'm gonna be real with you. A lot of people aren't, dog. Like not your age bracket. When I was in school, and I know it's like this still. I was in over these white girls' house, and they were talking to me and my roommate, and they were saying about how like STDs were gone away, and they were like, yeah, like we can all fuck like raw and like as long as we're on birth control, we're good.
No.
And then later that school year,
Well, you know it's not anymore. Yeah, but these are what these girls are saying in college. It's
there
almost
was
like
an
a pact they make.
there was an outbreak of gonorrhea because I think one of the dudes
Outbreak of gonorrhea, chlamydia in these past few years.
there was a lot of dudes, not a lot. There was a few dudes who I think would, I don't know. It's kind of like either they were gay and chicks would still fuck, or they would bisexual. Because I remember there was a black girl who would. It was like some weird shit. It was some weird kind of not ancestral, but like overlapping between like the gay population, and the straight population. Fucking
Yeah, bisexual. You go on. You jump in the line. You jump in the line.
Yeah, that's them people fucking without a condom, especially a lot of them chicks.
Yeah, because I'm just saying because school was
lesbians. These lesbians over
They
there?
weren't lesbians. No. What I'm saying,
There's a lot of bisexual chicks,
there was a
dude.
guy who
Because
was a
girls like to
dancer.
experiment every once in a while.
Hold
You
on,
got
hold
some
on.
yesterdays and has-beens and shit.
Hold on. There was a guy who was a dancer who I thought was gay, and I think he was, but this black chick was kind of on some like. It was a few chicks like and a few white chicks on this. They were on some like I don't think you're gay, and I guess he would just go along with it and smash. I'm not trying to say he was a culprit of it, but I heard
Yeah,
from some.
you gotta make me. Man, I remember a story of some shit like that up here.
But I heard from
There's
I
some
had a,
dudes is like that, man.
I
Like
had a
you know,
gay
they-
roommate
they-
my
they- it's
freshman
just like
year.
with females. Like there's some females that even in the butchy ones, they still fuck dudes.
Yeah, but I had a gay roommate.
Like I said, Big
my
John made
college
that
days.
series, The Lesbian Homie, for a reason.
Long story short, I heard from
Bro.
one of the gay guys years before this even happened that dude might have had something. So then later on, my junior year, I see these chicks going on after dude. He wasn't an ugly dude, but I was like, this dude is like the nigga got his eyebrows waxed and like would kind of switch when he walks. So I'm like, why would you want to fuck this dude? Like it didn't really make any sense.
Wait a minute, hold up. Wait a minute. Remember, chicks wanted to fuck Prince, and Prince had more pussy than a little bit, nigga. And that nigga was everything but a bitch. That bitch just was
A lot of kids
Until you gave him a basketball.
Hold on a second.
A lot of
Rogish.
kids don't fuck with condoms. So that's all I'm trying to get at.
Hold up. Rogish.
Yeah.
You remember that joke by Jamie Foxx about looking into Prince's eyes when he shouldn't have?
Yeah, I remember that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On that day, he had to say he talked about making that mistake
Fox
too.
was out of pocket for that one. That was out of
On that
pocket.
day, he did the same shit. He talked about how he ended up getting a see-through shirt with the back open when he was touring with Prince and some shit like that, thinking he was the sexiest comedian.
Okay.
You gotta find that shit. Arnez J talking about his interactions with Prince.
That's out of pocket though. See, that's the thing. These motherfuckers. wait a minute. What Jamie Foxx did in that bit was out of pocket.
Mm-hmm.
That was out of pocket.
It was out of pocket. That was out of pocket is when he talked about taking ecstasy in that very same set.
He did. Did he talk about ecstasy?
He talked about taking ecstasy and he said like that shit would make you want to fuck your own ass.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was.
He did it. He did some out of pocket shit in that whole bit, man.
Don't give me any more of that shit. I'm about to get pregnant, motherfucker.
Yeah, that was out of pocket.
I'm not as young as I sound, man. I'm actually Charles' age.
I'm a baby.
Charles' age. But JX is still there.
Just say
Yeah,
Jack.
I'm still here. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
chilling.
man, I'm gonna say something first of all. Like what you're saying, I understand it because, like, I remember like a lot of, especially like when I was your age, I remember hearing about the term on the down low and some shit like that, and you don't know what the hell's going on.
No, I mean, I would just tell you that like, with my generation, there's
Am I wrong, Rogish? Am I wrong for saying that? Am I
wait a
wrong?
minute. What do you think his generation is into, cuz?
Yeah, I know.
Ain't no fucking down low with them
He's of my
motherfuckers.
generation.
they're actually not that
I'm an
low.
80s baby. He's mid 90s. So
To be honest,
we
with you,
vibed it. We vibed it.
He's 27, bro. He's on the
Huh? He's
cusp
27. I turned 40.
and-
This guy's basically my little brother. He's my baby brother,
I
basically.
can tell you that a lot of them are they're not into
Their
monogamous.
favorite rappers are fucking each other, cuz they ain't no
Yeah.
fucking down low. What the fuck?
Yeah, but I'm talking. No,
Down
I
low
said,
with what,
no,
nigga? Get the
no,
fuck
no.
out,
That's not what I said. That's not what I said, Rogish. I said when I was his age.
You know, this is what happens when you leave motherfuckers by themselves to talk about people.
Yo, this is all screwy, cuz I don't know what the fuck this nigga want to
I am screwy. Yes, I am a little screwy, but I wasn't talking out of pocket. I said when I was his age.
I'm gonna let you know how you was talking out of pocket because the down low wasn't always some dookie dipper shit. It used to be some dog shit. Dog.
Why must I be like that? Why must I chase the cat? Type of dog.
Yep.
Shit.
That's what it
Oh,
was.
do I have to start singing dog shit
Until
by
the
ODB now?
LGBT motherfuckers
You
came
can
through.
sing the song about that. Nice eating that kitty on the low right there. Boy. As usual, that community took our term for what it originally meant. Use it for that shit. Now we can't use that term no more, man. Now we can't use that term no more. Shit.
Wait. Rogan, can you do that ODB impression again?
Yeah. Wait. Here comes Rover sniffing at your ass. But pardon me, bitch, as I sit on your grass. That means, you've been shitted on. I ain't the first dog that shitted on your lawn. Nigga, I know Dirk, cuz.
I thought he was a real ODB for a second. I was like, oh shit, he done brought ODB back from the dead.
Brooklyn, Zoo.
So Charles, are you gonna take Hammer to Morgan State?
But I ain't bullshitting when I said that. Like when we were his age, in the early 2000s, you were hearing that shit.
Tip for that. She said with the 36 chambers.
Yep. Thank you, Toya. We love you, sis. Up to the 36 chambers. Welcome to the dirty chamber, love.
Yo,
Welcome to the dirty chamber.
Charles, are you gonna take a Hammer around Baltimore? Give him a little tour? No.
Yeah. Ooh, baby, I like it raw.
Oh, baby, I like it raw.
Shimmy, raw.
Jimmy was a good one, but my favorite one was with Khalees. You know, Got Your Money.
Yeah. Hey, Dirty. Baby, I got your money. That one.
Sing it. Just sing it, girl. You know, I would say this.
You know what's so funny? Ironically, though, she probably thought Nas was going to say that to her.
Yeah.
When she drives for child support, you like fuck that.
I would say, I'm sorry, I can't really fucks with Khalees because when I heard Milkshake, all I can say was I had to head to the bathroom because I'm lactose intolerant and shit, and I felt like I just drank some milk, and I was like, like I was like Jamie Foxx going through the dairy aisle of the supermarket.
This motherfucker,
you mix how crazy she is, man. Weird. I'm like, damn.
She's bipolar.
Fantasies about her just changed.
She's bipolar. She's bipolar. He mentioned that she's bipolar. Because if you guys ever listen to Nas's album, Life is Good, there's a song called something Roses or something like that. He mentioned something about her being manic depressive. So she's got to be bipolar.
The question is, what chick isn't?
I'll give you another example of somebody who's bipolar.
They all crazy.
Bipolar. I'll give you two examples of bipolar. You got type 1 and type 2. Best examples of that. Type 1 bipolar is Jennifer Lewis. Type 2, the best example of that would have been the late Phyllis Hyman.
Oh. So what level is Kanye?
Kanye is a type 1. Because the difference between type 1 and type 2 is they're manic episodes. Because type 1, the manic episode is well pronounced. Type 2, it's a little more reserved. Because it's on a spectrum and shit.
Has he said anything in Manic Vehicle that was absolute truth, though? We can say he's manic. Is he manic in delivery, or is it actually in
a manic episode? He's hyper. No, when you have a manic episode, you're full of energy. You lack sleep, and you just want to do all kinds of shit. But when you go through a depressive episode, you end up becoming lethargic, depressive, and they got to keep an eye on you because you are going to be suicide. You could be prone to suicide and shit.
Yes, but does Kanye have any manic episodes to where he is presenting 100% factual truth?
He is going to blurt facts and fiction and everything while he's manic.
Okay.
Because you can see it in his facial expressions. Have you ever hit? I mean, what else is an aspect of it? But it depends on how it expresses itself in him. Because when you go on manic episodes, you're going to do like impulsive things. There's hypersexuality. Right. One example I can give of somebody who was manic was Jimi Hendrix. I mean, he had a song about manic depression.
Right.
And
his was induced
he was
through.
hyper aggressive at sometimes, especially if he was under the influence of drugs and alcohol. He was
No,
an angry drunk.
don't just say drugs, cuz say heroin. I mean that's the whole
He
different
didn't touch
kind
no
of
heroin. Come on.
What do you
But
mean?
when he was drunk, when he was drunk, he was an angry drunk. Jimi Hendrix was an angry drunk.
All right. Well, but most artists when they do get drunk aren't really lovable drunks. Most artists
Are happy drunks?
Yeah, most artists aren't happy drunks.
Yeah, well,
they're either serious, and then the seriousness actually turns into something angry because they only give an artistic expression about things that is around them, and usually they say art comes primarily usually from what? Pain. So
from pain.
Yeah,
Hell, that's comedy. Comedy comes from pain. Thank you, Bernie Mac, for bringing that up, for explaining that to us.
Shit, thank you, Richard Pryor.
Pain is comedy. He said it. Pain is comedy.
Shit, look, not even just Richard Pryor. Remember, a barrel of laughs is a phenomenon, is a social phenomenon of our historic
Robin
past.
Williams is definitely a perfect example of that.
I mean, I remember there's a podcast I listened to. Dan Carlin's got his own show called Hardcore History. He had a 6-part series about the First World War, and he was talking about some of the shit they were doing in the trenches, like the dark humor a lot of those guys developed while they were in there, just to cope with, just to handle with the bullshit, with the bombardments and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And anytime there were new recruits coming in, they would always be taking bets on who was the first going to get killed.
Well, you got to survive that because
that's what I said.
That's
That's
why they come over
survival.
here and get broke. You know what I'm saying? Like people talking about shit about the Veterans Day. Well, most of the fucking homeless are veterans. So that'd be some bullshit when people be trying to present all that patriotism and shit. Yeah,
I mean, I've got veterans in my family, and you know when they get together and they talking about reminiscing about this shit, they say some fucked up shit, and I'm listening to that shit. I didn't understand it until it was my time to enlist. When it was my time to go, when I came back, they would sit me down and talk. But
you're not supposed to be at war perpetually. No nation
I know.
is. The human psyche can't stand it.
I've lost too many. I've lost guys I went to high school with.
Yeah.
Back in 98, 2000, because we had a border conflict, and families still, and a lot of families are still shook for that. But then again, I remember people who've lost family due to like the whole human trafficking shit, because they get work, they get the call. But as fucked up as it is, I always say at least they got the call. They found out what happened, because those people don't know what happened to their loved ones.
They say war is hell, right?
Been there.
And if war is hell, then that means that if you don't want to spend the people, because you are spending people, and you are spending
your economy, and your economy, because wars are expensive, bro.
Definitely, and your economy, right? But that's the thing that the United States would do. The United States will actually judge more based off of the economy, which ain't a bad thing, but it's led by primarily the private sector. And that means, you know what I mean? So it's like, all right, the people don't really benefit, but the people shout out Patrice O'Neal, was being fed into the motherfucking system and spent. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, because remember when he talked about anytime you try to criticize the war, especially if it was like one of them Fox News talking heads and whatnot, they try to shut that shit down by looking at you going like, you don't support the troops? You don't support troops? And you look at them and say, my problem is not with the troops, it's with it's with the leadership that's directing the troops.
Yeah.
The administration that's dealing with that's running this shit.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing is now we get right back to what we're talking about on the Green Gorillas channel, when the whole aspect of citizenry. What is your citizenry? What is your citizenry supposed to mean? How, or what is it supposed to weigh within the social system in which you reside? And if it doesn't weigh that, why don't it? What are the factors involved? But if you look at what it is over here, I think it primarily just tells toward a projected illusion of an objectivity that people are actually partaking of tribalistically and subjectively, but through tribal vehicle. And so hence when everyone comes over here, they get into their own aggregate, if you will. Shout out to Nameless Protagonist. You know what I mean? I think that's how this is set up. You have to operate as some form of a grouping system to navigate within it in order to enrich and gain. They'll tell you can do it on the individual tip, but it's like, it ain't set up for that. if you do, then yeah, you're making it through the cracks, but that isn't the method that you really want to go about.
Well, look at it this way. If you ever go back to like listen to a clip, it was H. Rap Brown talking about individualism versus collectivism.
Okay.
And I remember something he said, like, and for Black people, he said, if you want to change your society, you want people to not do this, that, you got to give them an alternative. You can't just tell them, yo, man, you got to stop doing that. No, you got to give, well, what am I supposed to do?
Right.
So you got to give them something.
Right.
And like he also warned about getting co-opted, because I remember one of the best quotes he had from that was like, listen, man, white folks will co-opt dog shit if it's to their benefit. You know what I'm saying? he said that.
I remember that. Yeah. I forgot about that.
You laughing because you know it's the truth.
Yeah, it's the truth. But the thing is, that's nothing wrong. That's nothing wrong with him on that. They can't help that. That's their appetite. Yeah. That's what they suffer for in their Uruguayism, if you will. You know what I'm talking about? So
big shit right there. But I was like, I mean,
yeah, bro. But I mean, but that also shows you everything's for sale, and you are within a system where everything is for sale. Now, let's say that is the way that the system operates. Can the human psyche withstand that systemic program, that systemic framework program of everything for sale?
Not really.
No.
Unless you've been born into that type of system.
And
I mean, look at this.
So now we get back to Generation Z, right? We get right back to
like think about this way.
Jackson, Pookie, and everything. What are they being? So Jax, what is it that's being pushed to y'all? That's for sale that you think shouldn't be for sale. Let's say elements of character. You know what I mean?
I mean, this is just my opinion. A lot of people are like non-monogamous. I think that shit's weird. A lot of the people, I think mostly women, but even the men, they don't know gender roles and they don't.
You said they're non-monogamous. What's weird about that?
It's the way they go about it.
No, they want to be in relationships and they're not.
Hold on, let them go in. What you say?
It just seems weird.
I don't understand
the way it's presented. Like you'll be on a dating site or whatever. And chick will be like, yo, I'm ethically non-monogamous, but I've said it to BGS. He thought the shit was weird too. I was like, yo, it just seems like these chicks are just fucking. The nigga just don't know, or he's just too like afraid to like check this chick. So they just kind of like throwing the, you know.
So is the bitches on programming too, or is the bitches on intention? Is this their personal intentions, and these bitches is like riding all on that level under some type of, I don't know, you know what I'm saying?
Well, Rogan, you have to understand what's happening now. This new generation doing. They're trying to redefine what our generation, previous generation had built. Certain terms, they're trying to rechange it for their own. They're trying to deconstruct the old ways.
I would really say
create new ways. They crazy, make it seem like it's so normal.
To be simple with you, dog, they really just want it to be gender neutral. That's it.
Exactly. And it all boils down to that gender neutral.
Wait. What does that mean?
That
they don't want no terms and labels and names. That's the whole thing.
They don't. In other words, it's just another form of gay. But anyway,
pretty much,
it's like
being gay.
What the?
I mean, it's like going back real quick. It's like going back to the lumberjack sexual shit. What did I just say? And usually those dudes are typically, usually the dudes that have a girlfriend that's on OnlyFans.
OnlyFans, right?
They have the same prototype.
So less of a man, basically.
I would say like
the lessening of traditional masculinity. Manhood, basic. All right, so basically, this is the new world order.
They're purposely trying to dumb down and feminize men.
Yeah,
feminized men, women should be masculine. Everything should be equal. There should be more than two genders. All this bullshit.
Hey, yo, am I wrong with getting angry at the feelings of Brainiac possibly being around or some shit? You know, I'm getting kind of my thing is feeling kind of Brainiac, cuz, and I don't like that.
Brainiac was real. He might destroy this whole world right now and take all the knowledge.
With that, you know, I'm getting kind of angry, cuz.
I think Brainiac, if Brainiac actually existed, he would leave this
Yeah, he might just straight destroy it. He like, yo, I don't want your knowledge. Y'all fucking
I don't
crazy.
think he'll
I'll just
fucking
destroy
destroy it, Mel. I think he'll just be like, yeah, they on some other shit. They ain't gonna get catch up with me. We good. I'm
That's why
gonna get.
That's why I say he'll destroy it because it's like, yo, y'all like a virus. Hell no, I don't
You
want
know,
y'all
we wouldn't even
spreading shit
destroy.
all
We wouldn't
over.
even destroy it.
I think I have the best analogy to
Like
explain
the
this.
earth. Hold on. He would
Okay.
be like the earth is so nasty that the computer scared. The computer got to wear a condom for a virus. God.
Look at this. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Hold up. Wait up. Anybody here's a gamer who remembers the game Injustice 2?
Yep. Of course.
Okay.
We're
You know,
just
like how
playing
every
it.
time, yeah. Now, like every time, like the characters always have some interaction before the start of the fight.
Yeah.
Okay. There's like, say you have one where it's Brainiac versus Harley Quinn. Brainiac just looks at it and says, "Your existence defies all logic." And she just like, what else is new?
Yeah.
Target for elimination.
Now I want to get everybody's opinion. I want to get everybody's opinion on this shit that Lionel Player One said about Brittany Renner. See, you could tell Brittany Renner just got introduced to the wall. And the wall
was she
That
was
laugh
she
was very
stable?
sinister.
Okay, my question is this: was she, because we understand this chick is bipolar, so my thing was she manic, stable, or depressive when she hit the wall?
I don't think she bipolar. Everybody not she's not bipolar. She just like Charles said, she hit the wall.
Bipolar now. Huh?
No, she's just a pretty girl who's had access to high status men. That's it.
And she just lost her fucking
got hit with reality.
What we would call her in the professional term would be crazy bitch. But anyway.
Thank you.
The bitch wrote a book. Wait a minute, she ain't crazy. The bitch,
She ain't crazy. She know what she was doing.
She
That's what I'm
knows her
saying.
prey, homie. She knows her prey. She
And
knows
it
her
backfired.
Well, no. She had a time limit. That's the thing. It didn't backfire.
That's what I'm saying, Rogan. It backfired because she didn't set up a proper end game plan for her to retire.
But Mel, what chick you know is gonna do that, man? Come on now. Like what
That's
chick
what I'm
you know?
saying. Yeah, that's why we be laughing so hard. It backfires on these damn chicks like this. She remind me of this. There's a video of this chick O'Shea did when she told about she was promiscuous in the past, but now she with a husband and she can't have sex and wanna blame God because she found God to stop her promiscuous ways. And I'm looking at this chick like, yo, I'm calling out bullshit. The reality is that first guy that you was sexually into, that you wanted to get wifed up, put the D imprint in you, and you can't get that shit out. So now you fucking multiple different dudes to either match that same imprint or something better, and it didn't work out that way. So now you want to, instead of you taking accountability for your hoish ways the way you did, now you want to blame some outside force. I don't think so. And then the reality is, the husband she with now, she's not sexually attracted to him. She's like, yo.
Number one, when you look at Brittany Renner, she's a mixed chick. So she.
Oh, I didn't know she was mixed. I thought she was just light skinned.
No, she's black and white.
Oh, that bitch crazy.
Her mama
She is crazy, man. All right, dude.
She's a pretty missed chick that she is.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She nuts. Oh no, but that bitch is diabolical. Ooh, I bet that pussy sweet. Oh,
hold up, bro. Yes, don't you dare try to stand for the fucking.
I'm gonna give her credit because if you watch that Just Burlington interview, them other two girls was way crazier than her. Leave Brittany to shut the fuck up and just listen.
Well,
them other two bitches was fucking crazy as hell, yo. Word. Like,
Brittany had to shut the fuck up because the type of guy Tate is in the bracket she wants, and Tate's telling her what it is. You are excommunicado when it comes to rich men. You did the number one thing that you're not supposed to do is tell. And here's another thing. PJ Washington was the height of which her beauty could get, an NBA player.
Yeah.
And this is how stupid you are. You couldn't marry him and be the little housewife.
Exactly.
You could have got a little side nigga with some dick thrown at you once in a while. But no, you played yourself. And here's the fucked up thing. She thought she was gonna get $25,000 a month to live off of. No, you get like 3,500 a month.
and you know what? He would have been faithful to her too.
True.
Yeah, he was into her, so she
He
fucked
would
it
have
up.
been. I mean, he would have been all the way in. I mean, eventually, let's say about maybe 10 years. Then down the line, she'd be able to eat off of that a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Better or whatever. But she spent herself. So the thing is, hoes is out of pocket with their value. So let's say that with all this fake hoeing that's going around, shout out to Ism. What do you say? The soft shoe hoeing. You know what I'm talking about? All the soft shoe hoeing that's going on around is fucking up the honorable level of basic hoeing that was present prior to this new ratchetism of hoe that got digivolved into what it is now. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I like that ism you just kicked, man. I like that ism.
Bro.
Rogan said this new age of ratchetism.
Yeah.
It's the theory of ratchetivity.
Talk about the hoes of Digimon or Pokemon and shit.
You gotta
look at it like that. You gotta look at it like that. 'Cause look, no, I'm old school, cuz. So you had hoe, you had lady, you got hoe, you got lady, you got bitch, you got woman. You know what I'm talking about? And you got girl, right? So they all start off as girls, right? Now they're supposed to hit woman just based off of maturity, right? They hit lady based off of the class that's instilled within their character.
How many times?
I mean, look at this. Amber Rose, Mila Khalifa. Fucking hoes out there out in the open. They actually found men that actually know about them was gonna wipe them up, and they still screwed that shit up. I mean, look at Amber Rose. Her baby daddy dissed her for share. Shit. Oh my God.
Yo, so what is it? So what is it? What is it in being a hoe, in their style of being a hoe, that they get that they didn't get before? You know,
I'm gonna answer your question. This is what happens when men are not around. Women are very highly chaotic and destructive, and and people need to stop calling women cats, because cats are very orderly and systematic.
Yep.
Men need to really be more like cats than dogs. Cats are very mysterious. The more mysterious you are, the more you can't keep a bitch out your lap. And tell you the truth, a cat is like this. A cat is gonna scan you for 3 days. Do this with just anytime you want a new cat. A cat's gonna go through your house and you won't see that motherfucker for 3 days. They're gonna know your house better than you, and they're gonna observe you from afar to see if you cool.
Mm-hmm.
Once they notice you cool and you okay, they're gonna be like, all right. But dogs, as soon as you see them, I love you. Let me lick your balls. Ooh.
No, they're like, oh, I don't like this motherfucker.
And then what happens is with this chick, with this modern day hoeing, right? I can understand if you fuck a guy in high school because you felt something real great with this guy, but you also knew this guy was going places, like he was, a high level football player with good grades, a wrestler, some type. He's in the engineering club. See,
quality.
Policy. I am okay with women.
Great potential.
I'm okay with women who understand potential. The Black community does not teach their daughters about the potential of men. They want the finished product. You wonder why you can't get men with the finished product is because you have no loyalty to those men with the finished product. Now, you can be a hoe because, a hoe is going to do some nasty shit, but only for one man.
Yep.
A slut is doing that nasty shit to everybody.
No. You're getting that mixed up. A hoe does it for everyone. A slut that's just in her nature, and that's how she like to fuck. Ain't nothing wrong with a woman that being a slut. She just can't be a slut to a community, and that's what makes her a hoe.
And see, this is the part that they get up, is that not every man can bring the slut out of.
If she's a slut to you, that's yo hoe.
Exactly. And see, what happens is they mixed up the game because women really used to think.
Skip Bogish.
Hold on a second.
All right.
Women forgot this shit about. They knew ask your grandmother and your mother back in the day. They knew they had finite time to get a man. These bitches are now learning oh, I can wait. This is what feminism taught them. I can wait. To get good luck with that, because after you turn 25, that shit plummets. That shit plummets. And then you got to remember, God forbid you have a kid, you go down on the rung of the ladder. God forbid you don't work out. So most bitches, when they have a kid, they look like Stay Puft the Marshmallow Man. So
or Monique and Precious.
God forbid you got debt. Oh God, here we go again.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, you're gonna use your sexuality to get the best deal you could possibly get. I don't blame you. What I do blame you for is that you're not smart enough to know, hey, maybe I should give that nerdy guy a little bit of pussy where, yeah, I may have a little control over him, but he's going to make and earn enough money to take care of me and my babies, and I'm going to be content with it. See, the worst part about the modern day woman is they don't understand contentment.
And Nicole Smith did it with that rich old man.
I think the problem is that we've cutesy-fied the word whore.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We have cutesy-fied it to now it's hoe, and now it's funny, and it takes some of the stank off of it. Kind of like the word nigger. You take the ER off and you add on an A, and then you start saying rappers and shit said. Now all of a sudden it don't mean as much. It's like when you punch a white man in the face for calling you the N-word, it's almost you do it out of principle because you're really not offended.
Yeah.
You just do it out of principle. A lot of women, the hoe doesn't offend them anymore.
Right.
I would say whore also too. Whore, yeah.
I think we got to take it back to whore. Too many rapper broads are calling themselves hoes now, and being a hoe. I remember you used to have to fight somebody over that. I've seen girls go at young boys back in middle school and high school for being called a hoe. I remember you had to see shorty brother at the school. You call my sister a hoe.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, it's not even like that anymore.
Even further than that, hold up, real quick. Even further than that, go back to the age when dueling was illegal, when motherfuckers was drawing pistols or sword fighting. You call somebody's wife a whore. That was a death sentence.
You disrespect somebody's sister, mother, wife. Dog, somebody gotta die.
Okay, but what route y'all think bitches is finna take in the United States of America? Cuz where is the fucking virtue up in this bitch?
It is none because nobody values virtuosity anymore. Nobody values wholesome anymore.
No, what was considered wholesome here?
In other words, here's the part about being wholesome. It's like this. Everybody's got the right to be a hoe in the sheets, but not in the streets.
Of course.
And now it's like the flavor and foul of fucking lifestyle. Like there's no shame anymore. These bitches hit the cash app, hit the super chat, please. You're getting skilled.
Yeah.
Get that paper hoe. Get that paper hoe. Get that paper hoe. And
it's in the treatment.
The shaming part out of
it's in the treatment.
Technically, it was the women that stopped shaming other women because they was the one that's handling these chicks like that.
Exactly.
They'll shame them.
And I'm gonna tell you when it started, when single motherhood has become normalized.
Okay, but wait a minute. All y'all are talking about this as if this can be reversed or something. Once the women stop doing their job and it goes the natural route that it goes, which is into whoredom, you either participate or you withdraw. So which of it that y'all believe that black men are supposed to be doing?
Black men should avoid whores. The problem is we don't avoid whores.
If you're in college, wrap it up and participate hardcore into the whoredom. Because
wait a minute. We got a contention here between
that's one of those damn if you do, damn if you don't scenarios.
And I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Because number one, a man should always be focused on his goals, especially while you're young and you got the energy and you don't have the real responsibilities.
Right.
You're gonna give in to your hormonal natures at some point. At least be smart of it. Okay, I'm as fuck. Don't establish anything serious, because one thing you know, and I was a victim of this when I was in my late teens and early 20s. Number one, you stop being your best as soon as you start developing into relationships. Why are you working so much? Why are you
Shout out
doing this?
Patrice O'Neal. Patrice
Why
O'Neal
you
was kicking
doing
that
that?
shit in '98, cuz, for real.
Yeah. Why are you doing
Yeah.
this? Why you doing that? Now you got to take time out instead of just being friends with benefits. Hey, you want to come over watch a movie? Shit, I got the new Blu-ray. Bada bang, bada boom. Hey, where can we watch it? You can watch it in my room. Wrap that motherfucker up like it was a sprained ankle.
When there's a lot of manipulation, and even shaming for that particular round to go, yeah, that's why we got more manipulation going on and shit like that. If you want to have consensual sex and safe about it, most dudes need to learn how to shut the fuck up and stop saying that they want to do that with.
Hold on,
Let me finish, Neymar. I got to rock.
Let him finish the name. Let him finish the name.
Who
wants next? Hold on, Mel. Who's next?
I'll go after Neymar.
Who's at the namer?
I'll go.
Okay, who's after that?
I'll go.
Okay, cool. Hit it, Mel.
Right. And then also too, for the woman's perspective, okay, you can't be just manipulating dudes the way you should be. We tell them all the time, okay, if you don't see us, and Kevin Samuels also telling chicks on every day also too, you cannot be going out with dudes you don't see yourself sleeping with. Stop wasting these dudes' time manipulating them and stuff. You know, like when dudes manipulate you for sex, certain little percentage of dudes doing that. Because like we all said, most percentage of dudes want a relationship. But these are the ones that they always friend zone so much, manipulate them, and use them so much that when these dudes start putting their foot down, now they want to shame them, call them creeps and all that shit, and even try to embarrass them. And that's the whole problem right there. Like, you know, like when we want to go into our human nature, our sexual urges and everything, there's a proper way to do it and stuff. But see, there's too much manipulation and shaming from both parts to go about it and stuff. So it's like,
Mel, the thing about it is, like, you know, why do they keep those guys in the friend zone? Because that's like they're emergency dudes. But they also
and the other perspective also too is some dudes put themselves
DNA.
Hey yo, why do we
these
still use
dudes need to stop doing that?
We got an order here. We got an established order. We had an established order.
Hold on.
Oh, I thought you was asking me a question. Yeah.
No, Namer go, but Namer, then let's keep the order we got, fellas.
Yeah.
Like I said, just to piggyback what Mel said, you know, but they also keep these guys in the friend zone, and they don't want those guys getting involved with other women because they want to get that attention, because they need that craving. Because remember, women want DNA, dick, and attention. And further to go back to further what Beasley was saying earlier about, you know, back in the day there were duels. Beasley, you gotta understand, certain cases when it's in certain, like in the back when they had the powder wigs, they wanted to challenge you if you were besmirching them. They would take out the white glove, take off a white glove, and slap you across the face with it and say, "I challenge you to a duel." But as gentlemanly rules are, if you challenge someone to a duel, they in turn get to set the terms of the duel, whether it's going to be swords, guns, whatever. And that's if they accept. If they accept, they get to change. They get to set the rules. But yeah, it's just whoredom and everything has become normalized, and nobody's checking for nobody. And you got to ask yourself, why am I here? You got to take your shit. Just take your ball and go home, as they used to say in Black Phillip. Don't play the game. Beasley,
rebounds.
Yeah. So, like I said, to go into a ruggish, man, it's like it's the treatment. You know, you heard the expression: you treat a lady like a lady, a bitch like a bitch, and a hoe like a hoe.
Right.
The problem is most of the young boys, when we talk about the Gen Zs, they don't know that, so they treating them all the same.
Hold up,
No.
say that again because they didn't hear you.
You treat a lady like a lady, a bitch like a bitch, and a hoe like a hoe. And they don't understand that there's levels to this shit, and they're not being taught this. They treat them all the same. And like I said, this, there's no incentive for a lot of these women to not do this, because like I said this on Angry Man's show, the gang got fucked up when dudes stopped fucking they side chicks in the 2 towns over. and started fucking them in the 5-star hotels that they supposed to put their wife in. That's when the game started.
Say
That's
that again.
when
Say
dude.
that again. They not hearing you. You dropping jewels.
When
that's Jules, nerd.
when dudes stop fucking they side chicks in the cheap, dirty motels 2 towns over, and started fucking the hoes in the same hotel, 5-star hotels that they supposed to be fucking their wives in. That's when the game got fucked up.
Ooh, the quality got shifted out of something that it wasn't supposed to.
Exactly.
Facts.
Ah, okay. Good
And
point.
who's next? Who's next on the shout out to Art?
Let me add on to that. Let me add on to that. Not only do they fuck them in 5-star hotels, they date them.
Yes, that too.
God damn it, fellow Baltimore.
Say it again.
Say that shit again. Say that shit again. Y'all dropping jewels, man. Y'all better donate. Y'all getting graduate level shit right now. Say
Yeah,
that
this
shit.
game up in here. This shit is saturated. Hit that fucking super chat, y'all. Come on now.
Yeah, we need New Year's Eve money, yo. Get some bottles.
Look, any man that's in the friend zone is his fault. It's his fault.
Say that again. Say that again.
Any man that look, you know you want to fuck that chick. You know, but you play the friend game just so you can fuck the chick. But you know that chick don't like you. But you're waiting. Okay. But guess what? That's your decision. That's not her decision. Her decision is to get as much male attention from you as possible. What men need to understand is that your attention to a female is valuable. So you need to treat it as such. Me giving you attention is valuable. So what are you going to do for me? It's an equal exchange. I'm a capitalist. I'm not going to give you shit unless I'm getting something in return. Why am I fucking talking to you? You're not giving me anything. Bye, bitch.
See, a lot of men do not have the dignity to put their dick over their shoulder and walk away. I've said it once and I say it again. May he rest in peace, power, and paradise. Larry O'Neal Brown Sr., my wrestling coach, the sensei himself, said it best. The best reversal of all times is to not get in the hold or situation in the first place. Okay? Shout out to MS Delta. Man, I need to know where you work. They hiring? Shit. Man, thank you. I'm like this. A lot of guys fuck up the game when guess what? Somebody got some headphones. Somebody got some background.
I'm not seeing who it is.
Screwy.
A lot of guys fucked up. A lot of guys fucked up the game. They made it, but a lot of guys fucked up the game when they never made their own intentions known. First, shout out to Mo One, Al Roger Curry. See, when you make your intentions known, you stop wasting your fucking time. Like, why am I gonna be friends with a bitch? Like, people are like, don't you want companionship when you get married? I don't know too many bitches who like what I like. Bitch, are you gonna play Madden with me? Are you gonna play Street Fighter with me? Are you gonna go watch the UFC with me?
No.
You better be a fucking Ravens fan.
But see, like, that's the issue, Charles. These females don't like what we like. You might see a female playing a video game like, oh, that's cute. She don't really like playing that shit. She just playing that shit because she knows you guys like playing that shit. But she's not into it like us. She's not into getting a game console like us. She's not into our talks like that. She's not into talking about politics like that.
Are you talking about American chicks?
Yes.
Yes.
American chicks is gamers now, cuz you serious?
Hold on. I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm gonna give it to Art real quick. I'm gonna say this, but I'm gonna give it to the Art. Look at Twitch. You see these dumbass bitches playing games horribly.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest followings that I have on YouTube is watching people play Madden. So, but go ahead, Art.
I'm gonna tell you something, Rogue man. A lot of these chicks that play games, they're playing it because they're bored. They're not playing it because it's something to do. They're playing it because they're bored.
Do they have skill though? Can they develop?
No, a lot of them don't. If you can look on Twitch, Think about Twitch. Twitch is a gaming platform. It's supposed to be a gaming platform. You know what the biggest thing that they did was hot tub streaming, where girls will sit in their fucking hot tub in fucking bikinis and stream that shit. You got fucking women on fucking Twitch right now. I think there was one, I think her name is Aerith, what everybody's talking about. She put on a fucking horse's head and acts like a fucking horse on stream, and motherfuckers are paying for this shit.
Okay,
It's not.
Wait a minute, man. Pilgrims is weird, though, man.
Hold on. You asked me a question. I'm answering.
And Art, let me ask something after you when you're done.
There is only a small percentage of women. I'm talking about a very minute, small percentage of women that actually like gaming like that. I'm talking about actually are gamers that play that shit 24/7, 7 days a week. That actually get off fucking work and be like, I'm gonna put on the PlayStation play.
You would be interested in such a bitch.
Who?
That would be actually.
I'm asking any of y'all.
You're asking me?
I'm asking any of y'all. Y'all would be interested in such a bitch.
That would actually be an interesting chick. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because most chicks, once you get past their beauty and the small talk, tend to be rather boring.
Okay.
I put it to you like this, man. If the chick didn't have makeup, and that's what you had to look at 24/7, 7 days a week, without makeup, without hair extensions.
Okay.
What conversation did you have with that was thought felt with that chick?
Okay, mate.
And let me ask something real quick. When it comes to the gaming, they have taken that Twitch shit so far to where they've created a separate platform. The porn stars have now created a separate platform where it's called ePlay, where they play in the nude and you can tip them while you watch them and play the fucking game. And I said, these heifers took the Twitch shit to a whole nother level. I was seeing that shit on Twitter. I was like, oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
There was one chick a month ago that got banned on Twitch for a week because she got fucked on stream by a boyfriend.
Unfortunately, in gaming, there's always been majority of suckers, right? The thing is,
and we know that
people who try to hide within gaming, as opposed to just, you know what I'm saying, dive into it and have some fun with the shit, but still be developing other elements of themselves. So this is where you get into the incelism that is, you know, naturally come part of it. So let's say for the Pilgrims, for Pleasantville, that's their blue pill shit, right? The incel shit is their blue pill. Our shit is naturally blue pill because of the gynocracy and everything, right? So
do you know what the #1 gaming platform for females is?
I don't know what that is.
Their phone.
Yep.
Okay.
They play phone games. That's what they do.
Okay.
Candy Crush, Bubble Pop, things like that.
I remember Aber and Preach did a video about this. It's the girl on Twitch playing games, speaking with a bunch of dudes. Now, you always talked about the dudes, how they act. And you be want to punch some of them in their face. But when they see a girl on there, you see how they try to make their move. I mean, it looks so cringeworthy, like how they trying to holler at this chick online. But she also genuinely want to actually play games. Like she actually, no, she's not really good like that. But she knows there's a market money for it. Some of them have boyfriends that even encourage
some of these bitches said that they done made money from spitting in lint and mailing it to motherfuckers.
That too. Yeah.
Okay, so you can't call that shit into no kind of accountability, nigga.
But we're talking about gamer chicks. We're not talking about that.
Yeah, okay, no, but you're talking.
But the thing is that
started out talking about women having
the thing about it is, Roguish, is that there's not a lot of gamer chicks. There's not. There's some women that play the game just because it's something to do with their boyfriend or something that they're dating, someone who they're dating, but they're not really into this shit. They're really not. They will get the system just because they get the system, and a guy will come in like, "Oh shit, you got a system," and there's something to talk about with the guy. But they're not really into that shit. They play puzzle games and all the other bullshit. But then that system will sit there for fucking 17 days until the guy comes over until they play again.
But wait a minute,
that's not a gamer.
In the beginning, that's what gaming was about. That's why I actually got out of gaming. I got out of gaming because everything became run and motherfucking gun, and it ceased from being game and it moved on to being simulations. Now I can fuck with a puzzle. I can fuck with something that's just, you know what I'm saying, some digital fun or whatever. Once the shit became simulations, oh no, cuz I had to pull the fuck back, because it's like now you're fucking with how I'm perceiving reality, and everything is run and gun, run and shoot, run and shoot, run and shoot.
The only thing that is simulation is probably VR. There's nothing.
You crazy if you don't think motherfuckers didn't develop brain synapses in order to get in the Call of Duty mode. You're fucking nuts.
Well, guess what? I must be fucking up, because this is the industry that I try to get into. I know everything about this fucking industry. I went to fucking art school about this fucking shit.
Well,
I went to a fucking 3D
gaming.
animation school about this shit. So I know about
reality
this shit. I know about
human
this
response.
shit.
And
I
we
know
can look
about
and we
this
can
shit.
look
I know
at
about
the youth
VR. I am a
and see
techie.
how the youth interact with social media to see what the human response to a large element of digitization of one's reality can do, and partaking of that.
I know about this industry, my friend.
I'm not speaking industry. I'm speaking.
This industry is what's making it.
The gaming industry is what's making the social media. The social media.
Nigga, this is why I don't like talking.
Let me jump in there real quick.
Because the thing about it is, people do not. We're bypassing each other. This is why I don't like.
Okay, educate, cuz you got. Go ahead, Fred. You got the flow. Educate. I'm open. My ears are open, homie. Shit, I ain't blocking nothing that you give.
The thing about it is that the only thing that is about fucking simulation is fucking VR, because you are enveloping your senses, your eyes, your ears, anything like that, and you're putting yourself into a virtual world. When they start doing that VR shit with the PlayStation 4 and shit, that you could consider that simulation, because when you're walking, you're seeing every single corner in the fucking world. That fucking shit they talking about in Madden, talking about a simulation, that's not really a simulation. That's just a game.
I'm not talking about a sport game. So,
no, when I'm talking about.
Take it back to when you playing Mario. All of us have played Mario, right? Now, can you recall being so deep in the game at one point to where you hit a pitfall and it actually shocks you? Have any of y'all experienced that? Have any of y'all been gaming that deep to where you never expected to die or whatever, and it actually physically jolted the fuck out of your system? Now let's just 8-bit. Then we move on to 32-bit, 64-bit, right? Now we get into everything Neo Geo or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just crazy now. And
if you had a Neo Geo back then, you sold drugs, nigga.
I'm not even worried about that, because the simple fact of the matter is, when you have
a
VR,
white homie that had
you know
a
how
Neo
many
Geo.
people destroy their TVs because of VR? You know how many people destroy their room because of VR, because it felt so lifelike, so real. To me, that is a simulation where you have a guy in his living room on a beam, and they show the guy in a VR helmet with the 2 sticks in his hand, and he's like shaking because he thinks that he's on a fucking skyscraper. That is simulation to me.
Right.
All that other shit you talking about, where you're playing on a controller and it's a screen, that's not simulation. Because you're not really
I'm speaking
afraid.
as a customer too, though. You know, so if you're part of the council that elicits all this shit, all right, I'm not trying to battle Olympus, homie. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I would also add to your point. I see what you're saying, Ruggers, but it's also but see, that comes back into where we have the teaching of the young minds, and like separating the game from the truth, separating fact from the fiction. And that is the problem that you're having. It is most of these people are not being told what is real and what is fake, and everything is about instant gratification.
Right.
Yeah, they spend too much time online so much. And I want to go out in the real world to be more productive, not even find a balance and stuff like that.
Online
so
is the world.
They get on the game so much. Why it has so much. It started off like a negative stigma. It's more like still 50-50. Some dudes, you know what? They don't care. Some females try to shame them, but you know what? If he was making money out of it, that's different. But you know,
online is the world without restrictions.
Exactly.
What I will say about online is, you see who people truly are, because there's no consequences online. There's consequences in the real world when you do shit. Yeah. But if you're online and you're anonymous, you really see who people truly are, because that's who they are as a person. The only reason why they hold back in the real world is because they know there's consequences to it.
Yeah.
This is why when I see people online when they do the shit they do, I'm like, okay, that's who you truly are, because you have no consequences to it.
Yeah, I remember that whole when Elon Musk bought Twitter and everybody got all that feeling mad because he's allowing free speech and everything. I'm glad he did that. I want to see what people actually saying, so I know who they actually are. This is what they've been thinking and saying. So you want to censor Twitter? No, don't censor it. I want them to express all the racist shit online and everything, so I know who they are, so I know not to deal with them. When they say their true selves.
When the atom bomb drop and shit go nuclear, I know who to find. I said, "Oh, all that shit you was talking, I done found out where your ass is. I'm gonna fuck your ass up when I see you." As soon as the shit go dark, I'm coming for that motherfucker because I already know what type of time he on.
No, going back to what y'all was saying about the broads on Twitch and shit. That's all been my problem is that we gas bitches up too much.
Repeat that
To the point that we let
back,
bitches
Angry.
infiltrate our spaces every chance they get. There's never any objection to women coming in our spaces.
Angry, please repeat that for everybody.
Titties is going to be permitted anywhere, cuz. So I mean, you
hold
can't.
Hold up.
Hold on, my man asked me to say. He asked me to say it again. Hold on.
Repeat the whole thing you said.
Oh, yeah, it was bugging a little bit. That's why.
We allow bitches into our spaces because we gas them up too fucking much.
Yep.
We gas women up to the point. This is why, the conversation started off with women not knowing the difference between bitch, hoe, this, that, and the third. They don't know the difference because men gas them up too fucking much. We gas up whores.
Well, I'll add this. It's not only that we allow them in the space, we allow them to take over the space. We don't just allow, because I don't mind the chicks in the space. Like that's the bullshit that they also try to pull when it comes to the manipulation. They try to say, oh, well, nerd and geek culture has always been diverse from girls and they didn't allow chicks. I'm like, that's bullshit. We've always didn't have a problem with chicks. Some of our favorite heroes are chicks. So what the fuck are you talking about?
That's where I disagree. I don't like women in men's spaces all the fucking time, especially when it comes to us black men. We really don't have a goddamn space.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying though. That's just ours, and we don't have to fucking explain ourselves. You got broads on social media telling fabricated ass lies about what goes on in the barbershop.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
but what can
What
their presence do to dislodge whatever niggas already got in order? What can their mere presence?
You see this all the time with some dudes that be trying to shame other men for actually trying to be men, to gas them up. Oversimping for them.
Well, you heard the man talking about Twitch, right?
With women, they would try to shame other men about so over appreciation for your wife and everything. They take those clips like crazy, and you should see all the comments I be seeing on these unrealistic comments that this dude is preaching like a Derek Jackson type. These females is praising this comment like that, and I'm like, yo, y'all really speaking unrealistic.
Don't forget the crown.
Yeah. I mean, there's times I hold myself back from wanting to comment back on reality because I know that will be attacked.
Okay, now this is something that needs to be approached though. The whole aspect of the quality of a marriage, right? Every marriage ain't bad, and marriage ain't bad, and everybody who has been in a motherfucking marriage ain't 100% motherfucking bad. Let's say that everybody done had, you know what I'm saying, they snap fools and shit, and do what it do. But there are some good things about marriage and some things that you can only acquire and develop within yourself through motherfucking marriage. So it's like, all right, why don't we talk about those as well, and then and get an understanding that there is an essentiality towards you know what I'm saying, the women's position towards them, you know what I'm saying, presenting themselves. It's like, all right, well, this is the framework. You know what I'm saying? Because all they hear about primarily is motherfuckers with problems with bitch. And it's like, all right, if that's the issue, that's why SBM, you know what I'm saying, get you another bitch, leave black women alone, whatever, you know what I mean? But it's like, all right, if you really do want black women, then and if we're talking relationship, then we're talking ultimately families in the long run. All right, well, what about the positive aspects of marriage? and
in
being
any
a husband.
in any situation, you have to weigh the pros and the cons, man.
You got to.
And I look, there are pros to marriage, but there are a lot of cons with marriage. But you just
Right now.
can't just talk. They just can't talk about just the pros when you know there's a con, because because if you know both and you only talk about one, then guess what? You're lying to motherfuckers. Be honest.
Exactly.
Be honest about fucking marriage. And then let the people decide. Don't tell them what they need to do. Let them decide. I don't tell people what to do. I tell people, like, listen, when I'm on my platform, when I get my videos and all that shit, I tell them, like, listen, it's your choice. These are the pros. These are the cons. You make a decision what's best for your life, because what's best for you is not what's best for me.
So you're asking this generation of people to use logic?
Hey,
I
use
mean,
the best
and
decision
also
that you
too-
can at the time of the information you have. That's all
Yeah.
I ask.
Then also too.
Hey, newsflash! Many people in today going into 2023, most of us do not use fucking logic.
I agree with that. You know what?
It's trendy right
One at a
now.
time, guys.
It depends.
It's trendy right now to get on social media and YouTube and shit and bitch and complain about relationships. It's trendy.
Yeah.
Guess
Yeah,
what?
one thing I noticed right now.
The women do it too. Guess what? You still have to do the due diligence. If this look, I told my nephews all this shit, men in my fucking life. Listen, you have to look at all aspects of fucking life, of everything anything that you want to do, whether it is being a manager at a store, whether it's being a gas station attendant, or whatever. You look at all aspects. You look at the good and versus the bad. I've always told men and the females that's in my vicinity, look at everything, because that's what you're supposed to do to make an informed decision.
Right.
That's what you're supposed to do, not just fucking jump into this shit and willy nilly. You don't fucking talk to your. I tell females all the time, don't talk to your fucking single female friends about fucking relationships or marriage. You know who you need to talk to? That fucking 65-year-old couple. Because they will tell you, tell you straight up. There've been a whole fucking year I didn't like this motherfucker, but guess what? I still stayed.
But again, you're asking them to use logic.
Look, guess what?
People don't like common sense anymore. They don't.
Well, guess what? You get what you deserve. Just like Joker.
Thank you.
Just like Joker said in that fucking movie. You know what you get? Jimmy, you get what you fucking deserve.
To bring this back to the Brittany Renner situation, and this goes all back to the Brittany Renner, not using common sense and just getting ahead off your good looks, and you didn't realize at some point the shit's gonna stop. Just like Mia Khalifa over there complaining because she's trying to say, well, dudes that are 30 choosing younger chicks or weird, or they predator. Like I said, sweetie, that's the game. That has always been the game. Nobody told you nobody told you to go suck dick on camera and make money. Look, make your money, but look, there's a consequences to this shit. That's how I feel. Look, I'm not trying to.
Well, it goes back to what y'all was saying earlier when you said there's this new generation is trying to redefine everything.
Yeah.
They're taking things that's already been established since time immemorial and trying to redefine it to fit their stupid asses.
Exactly.
Now I'm wrong for wanting but wait a minute. Isn't the young woman typically prettier than the older woman?
Yeah, it's called trying to mark up the fucking bet. For example, nowadays they're trying to shame you for not dating trans women, but these are the same bitches who say I can't find a man. If all the men start dating trans women, how the fuck are you gonna find a man? See, this is the reason why I keep telling you women make poor leaders, because they usually don't have foresight. Why would I put more competition for the black community? For example, there's 2 million more black women than black men. Why would I make more competition for myself?
Also, too, I want to add
because they're not fucking smart.
Also, to another aspect, we see a lot of women over 35 shaming men, either their age that they don't want them. I say porn might have a blame of this also too, because one of the most search genres that's going on right now is the MILF category, the Kruger category, and that had a big influence and stuff, especially when we see that movie American Pie, the MILF. We see the attractive woman going with the younger dudes. They trying to promote that so hard now with the fact that not only I could wait till later years to have babies and everything, I still got it. I don't have to stay in my marriage for so many years. Once I reach 30-something years old, 38 years old, divorce my marriage and still could get myself a hot guy even younger. Not even and Charles last week, Friday, had to put a woman in place about that shit. 6 figures, and look what boyfriend she got. Making 60,000 a year and everything. Guarantee she's older than him. Got that son husband complex. Cher probably got that shit now too, because look, 27-year-old guy that was with Amber Rose, he's younger than Amber Rose also too, and now he's getting with someone.
The thing about it is that shit has been going on for a long time. The only problem is that it was hidden because of social media and everything that's been going on is out there. Because even before American Pie, with all that MILF shit, I forgot the actor's name, but it's that famous
Dustin Hoffman, The Graduate, where you saw a married fucking woman seducing a fucking pretty much almost a teenager, a young motherfucker. MILFs have been going on for a very fucking long fucking time, even before that fucking movie. The only
American Pie just put a name on it.
The thing about it is that it has just been hidden. And ever since social media, like I said, social media is the woman's biggest fucking disaster, because they put shit online everywhere. They think this shit is cute. They think this shit is amazing. But the thing about it is they don't think about how we look at this shit. Do you think I really want my wife to put a video on the internet with my daughter who's in diapers shaking her ass?
Hell no.
Hell the fuck no. But guess what? I've seen 2 fucking black babies in the fucking inner city twerking on a fucking step, and there's nothing but fucking women. And they think this shit is cute, and they upload it on the fucking internet. If I was the fucking father of those kids, I would have cussed both those fucking women out and had no fucking reservation, because I don't want my daughters out there like that.
Oh, you would have cussed them out. That's all. You would have saw Godzilla come through.
And I'm gonna tell you what it also boils down to. When women get in charge of something, you notice how the morality and the status quo goes down. It goes down. Like, women used to be called the moral backbone of the community. Now the motherfucker has scoliosis. So now,
it's just bent out of shape. Twisted and whatnot, like a bubble constructor.
Oh yeah. So now it's like you look at women and you're like, what the fuck are you teaching your daughters? Man, the Padawan last month had to, while we on this site, they had a woman who gave her 14-year-old son a tattoo party. You basically gave your son, who's only 1 day, that's his birthday. Yesterday he was 13. You literally gave your newly 14-year-old son a tattoo party. What man is giving his son, before he's 18, probably before he's 21, a tattoo party?
No. What man's giving his son a tattoo party anyway?
Exactly. Like, what man do you see going to the club with his son? What man do you see going to the strip club with his son?
Well,
and also too, I want to add what Art was saying about the MILF and everything. Even before American Pie, those older women knew their place also too. They wasn't even trying to get in a serious relationship in large numbers the way they are now. They even knew for a fact that, you know what, even I have sex with this younger man, I gotta cut it off because I can't see myself in a serious relationship with him. She got more energy this year. She's not going to be into want to have sex so much and everything. She did as a tryout, so now let's break it off. But now these day and age, like there's no shame. Now they want to get in a serious relationship with them and then realize it backfires.
Hey, yo,
I mean, look how much time they spending money on these younger dudes also too behind that and getting paid.
All right. All right, tag me in. I just want to break it. I want to bring up a couple important things here, like what you're talking about, because we mentioned the whole MILF thing and everything. I remember there's a song I remember about oh yeah, Ready for the World. Let Me Love You Down, because he talks about being involved with an older person.
Okay.
Now, besides that,
An older woman. Why do you say woman? An older person. What the fuck is a person? Older woman.
Older woman, I guess. Yeah.
The fuck.
Well, it was in the 80s, man. It was about Jerry curling up like a motherfucker. You know, motherfuckers weren't talking about their ages like that. But anyway, about 50 years ago, Billy Porter had a song called "Me and Mrs. Jones." Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Billy Porter.
Those dudes. Billy Porter.
Okay.
Before he
Think of
came
Billy
out.
Porter. Yeah, Me and Mrs. Jones. Yeah, it was him. I thought it was. Yeah, it was him. He put that song out, and I remember Coolio did a remix of that back in '98 on Gangsta's Paradise. But they were talking about that stuff, but they were talking about how to be discreet about that shit. They weren't just blatant about that shit. And to circle it back to us, black men, like we talked about the whole certain dudes like to see us smashing their woman and shit. There's a certain type of female, and I remember.
No, it's not Billy Porter, but Billy Paul. Sorry, Coach.
Billy Paul, thank you. Sorry, Billy Paul, thank you for correcting me on that, brother. Billy Paul, God rest his soul. He passed away like in 2016, like that. Old man, 70 something, 80 something years old, young. Good looking cat back then. But I remember, like, if y'all checked out, there was a clip from Ron Wills. Ron Wills, he had a clip called "Denial of Black Man's Humanity," and he mentioned how the sexual underworld is. It's not just that cuckold shit we gotta worry about. You got some of these females who have like what's called the Queen of Spades tattoo. Older women who go around looking for black dudes just for hookup and shit. And it doesn't matter whether or not they're married or anything like that. I ain't bullshit. You see them. They got tattoos that let you know, or they would have a piece of jewelry to let you know that they into that shit. It's usually like the spade from a deck of cards, the spade symbol with the Q in it, or they might have
I seen that on a fucking car, a spade symbol.
Yeah.
So that is.
Or you might see a chick. She might have a shirt that says "I heart" and it's a black rooster.
Like what? I'll tell you a story that one of the people at one of my warehouses was telling me about what happened with him and his wife, and they were the only black people there, and there was a group of whites. They separated the woman with the women, and they separated the man with the man, and they were having a conversation, because I guess they must have worked together, and the thing what made his ears pop up is like, yeah, we got us a buck tonight. And so his ears popped up about that shit.
More than ears, nigga.
And so he's like, oh shit. So he said, yo, we gotta go. It's like, what you talking about? We gotta go. Cause you talking about a buck? Come on, man.
Oh no, that's that. Well, I mean, yeah, you got to go because you don't know if they got weapons or something. These motherfuckers supposed to lose teeth or whatever.
When you talking about a buck, that is about fucking.
Don't you mean bull? That's a bull, man.
Bull. No. You say, you supposed to mean bull. If you say buck, that's on some slavery shit.
Well, he's in the South.
You heard
South
them
Carolina.
say buck?
No, North Carolina. Sorry, North Carolina.
Oh god damn, y'all was fucking with some Confederates.
I won't fucking with him, but this is the story he told me.
God damn.
Is this an older man, first of all? This an older gentleman?
Yeah, he's an older gentleman.
Okay. Well, we talking boomer, Gen Xer?
Think he's Gen X.
Okay, because if this took place like in the 70s, 80s, something like that, yeah, I can see 80s or 90s like shit. That would make sense. Wow. We got ourselves a buck here tonight. What the fuck?
That sounds like some slave shit too.
Well, where you think the term buck breaking came from?
Yeah, I know the way they said it. I was like, oh the hell no! It's time to fucking go.
I mean, think about it. There's a term called
New
buck
York
breaking.
City. Get a rope.
Oh Lord, oh Lord, you got them freaky little the white guys trying to touch your dick. Oh Lord.
Ooh,
That's
come
all you
on in
need.
here, boy, and apply her that boy busting. Come here
Oh,
and bust
boy,
up
I
this
bet
chipper
you-
robe.
Boy,
Come
I
here,
bet
bust
you.
up this chipper robe, boy.
And then the sad part about it, they're gonna,
Meet my
they gonna
wife,
be like,
Chipper
man,
Robe.
I bet you got the cock of a fucking telephone pole, don't you, boy? Yes, but no.
The scary part would be like, if one of them would get some shit like from Deliverance, some shit like that, you know?
Boy, you good at busting up
Jesus
chipper robe.
Christ.
Come here, meet my wife.
Boy, we want to see you busted wide open with this chick. Oh
Her
Lord.
name Chipper Robe.
You know, that's the type of guy. That's the type of guy who's gonna wear like a superhero shirt in the closet while you fucking his ugly wife.
Exactly. Wow.
Nah, that's the guy that's gonna sit there jacking his dick while you fucking her.
Yeah,
But you gotta think about it. They start taking testosterone supplementation at like as young as 25. A lot of them do that. If you ever kicked it with white bitches, you hear white bitches refer to them as man children. They'll say that a lot. Man child. I've heard the shit on TV and shit. And somebody, I don't know, but I hear a lot of white bitches say it. Man child. Oh, he's a man child. He's a man child. Oh, that's a thing with y'all, huh? All right. So you know what I'm saying? That means that they suffer from some kind of element of, I don't know, loss of actual madness. You know what I'm saying? That, yeah, they ain't got the Tim Two-Man Taylorism like they think they do.
Nah, they don't. They need to be. That's why they want. That's why they want somebody who look like you from the Jabari tribe.
Hey, Logan, can I ask you something?
That's what
Logan,
it is.
let me ask something. You grew up watching Batman the animated series because the way you laugh sometimes remind me of the fucking Joker.
I was just gonna say that shit. I was like, this got that damn fucking Joker laugh.
Yo, I was laughing like that prior to that series started, cause that was actually funny. Everybody patterned their Joker laugh behind Caesar though. You know what I'm saying? Homie who played him on the Outer West.
Caesar Romero.
Yeah, Romero.
Caesar Romero. So
yeah, everyone. It's just like when the black man does a white man voice, you get it from Richard. Everyone can do the Richard Pryor white man voice, right? That's some cultural shit like that. Yeah, we all can do that.
Or like Eddie Murphy sometimes. It does like a Ben Shapiro kind of way of talking.
Yeah, so that was I've always laughed like that, like since I was a child, reading the comic books, and it just makes sense to laugh as hearty as you can. But
basically, there's something seriously wrong with you. God bless you.
Oh no, I'm definitely nuts, cuz you know what I'm saying, sick made all day. But the thing is, that's what happens. This is the element of the Joker. The Joker is a product of his environment. This is why Batman couldn't kill him, because he couldn't kill him because he know that he was birthed from Gotham, the same Gotham that he's trying to protect, the same Gotham that Joker is always taking the heads of corporations and this and that to you know what I'm saying, to fuck with Gotham and fuck with Batman, showing, well, look, they were dirty anyway. And so now Bruce is left with a conundrum that, do you judge for you? Do you judge for justice? Or do you judge for Gotham? Or do you judge for me? So I could be a lesson on the entirety of this entire fucking fallacy, right? That's the laugh that you develop.
Have you ever watched the laughing joke? Was it the Killing the Joke?
The Killing Joke.
Yeah, I watched the Killing Joke.
Have you seen that one? Like what he said at the end, like when he tried to say, "Let me help you," he said, "No." So why not? Didn't he give the analogy of the two prisoners trying to escape the prison?
Yeah.
Says trying to cross that bridge. One says, "Hold on, let's put a 2x4 here." One crosses, and when he said, "Come on, cross," the other one says, "No, I'm not going to cross because how do I know you're not going to pull out from under me?"
Yeah,
it was a flashlight.
No, how know you're not going to turn off the light and help me cross the bridge? You're like, what do you mean? Why would I do that? You know.
And the next thing you know, they were both laughing about it.
Yeah, because he was like, and something happened, and then he said, "Well, you know, I'm crazy, right?" Because they were leaving the institution. They were they were freeing themselves. they were attempting to free themselves from a crazy institution.
Yeah, an insane asylum.
An insane asylum, meaning that I'm going to take my own sanity in my hands, but I can't. I don't trust the cat next to me as we escape, because maybe he is crazy the way that this society that we're going to put ourselves back into. Maybe he is that crazy, and the other one is thinking out of the other one. And now you never judge what the society, the society that they're going back into, to act what sane within. That probably made them both what
nuts,
in fucking sane.
Look at this. Look at. He'll be here all week, folks. He'll be here all week.
Dude, I'm ready for fucking Kevin Conroy to pop the fuck up out of nowhere.
Oh shit!
I am vengeance. I am the night. I am Batman.
Yeah. Look. This. That was
And again, if I want nuts, my favorite thing to watch was Ren and Stimpy, because because I remember what it was like to be psychotic.
You idiot!
No. You idiot! Stimpy, what is wrong with you? I don't know, Ren. Of course, I remember one time, was it like one episode, they were doing a segment where they were on the Galapagos Islands.
Right.
They're trying to tag something, but Stimpy accidentally tagged Ren's ear.
Yeah.
And of course, in retaliation, at the end of that segment, he tagged Stimpy's tongue that was hanging out. And I was thinking, oh, so that's where the origins of tongue piercing came from.
Bro, the dude who did that, he was a pedophile, cuz.
Was he?
The motherfucker who created Ren and Stimpy was a pedophile.
One who not shot.
They put a lot of suspect shit in that show. If you can remember.
The log, kids playing with a log.
It was a lot. Well, that's the part that they didn't show, but it was a whole lot of other suspects.
John K. He had invited a female who was underage at the Nickelodeon Studios,
right?
And he had a supposedly an inappropriate relationship with that chick.
Is it bad that I'm gonna believe that he was a pedophile for little girls instead of little boys?
Well, the only thing, the only
5150 of it all, you know what I mean?
The only thing that, as far as research that I've done, because I was a fan of his, is because of there was one girl that he introduced into the animation industry, to where she got involved with him, supposedly in a sexual relationship, and she was underage.
Right
at the time. So John K. does have a checkered past when it deals with underage people.
Okay, so he's on some statutory pederasty shit.
Pretty much. But if you think about all the stuff that you've seen from Nickelodeon or any cartoon kids TV shows, I mean, you can honestly say that, you know, anybody dealing in that stuff may have some type of tendency. So this is why they have to do screening when it comes to those, because that's an industry to where you have access to children.
Yeah.
Yo,
that's why any industry where you have access to children, pedophiles go to.
That's what Orlando Brown was talking about that. And
or is it Corey Feldman? No, not Corey something. Corey
Feldman.
Was it
Corey Feldman? Remember the other kid, Corey something, who took his own life, his buddy?
Corey Haim.
Yeah. It was like Feldman, because remember when the Me Too thing came out, and then when Feldman tried to raise awareness about boys, they tried to shut him down. Say no, it's about only females.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be a movement only for females. It's not supposed to be for men.
Yeah,
it was a power play. It was a way for them to remove certain powerful individuals out of the way so that they can get into positions of power.
That was Time's Up, because they actually kicked the woman that was in charge of Time's Up because they tried to charge her son as him being a sexual abuser. It was a black woman, but it took the position away from her.
You mean
say what?
You mean Tarana Burke?
No, that's different.
That was the Me Too.
That's Me Too. Time's Up was was different.
Oh, okay. My bad. My mistake.
Well, I only say that because they all clashed, meshed together at the same time. That's why, because I overlapped
too often because I know they different. I just overlap them on purpose because they all happen at the same time.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that was back during like 2018, 2017 or something like that.
2016, 2017.
Yeah, it wasn't 16. I think it was 17 or 18.
2017. It was 17.
So can we say by the time that people are actually selling their children, at what year will we have declared that, knowing now how Hollywood rocks, that people was actually selling their children to the game? What year?
People still do it.
No. I'm saying, but what was the last year that folks could feign ignorance within? And you know what I'm saying, and say that, all right, they're feigning, you know, it is what it is. Let's say that they actually have some ignorance of it, and you know, benefit of the doubt.
Be honest with you, people don't really care about fucking kids, man. They really don't. It was just a fucking movement. That's it. You think a lot of people really care about the fucking movements they say they are about fucking internet? They really don't. It's just something to talk about. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody didn't give a fuck about R. Kelly and what he was doing until it became fucking national news. It was like, oh yeah, I care about R. Kelly, but you still got fucking CDs in your fucking garage. You didn't give a fuck
As
about
someone who works with children, I can tell you right now, you know, I teach after school martial arts, as many people already know. Most parents don't give a fuck about their kids.
If you give a fuck about your kids, you would be on you would be there at the school functions talking to the teacher.
Because 9 times out of 10, I'm usually the guy that, like, one thing my sensei taught me. He said, you know what, you probably, and he said when it comes with the job, he said at times you're gonna have to be more than these kids' teacher. You gonna actually sometimes have to be they step in father or parent and to actually teach them how to do certain things. So a lot of these parents don't give a fuck. They only give a fuck whenever the kid says, whenever the kid gets in trouble and wants to pawn it off on something else, that's when they give a fuck. Or when there's money involved. Oh, well, I'm going to take my kid out because my kid said this. And I'd be like, your kid's a fucking liar. I can tell you that for a fact because I know what the fuck happened. But you know, the head instructor, like, no, you can't argue with him. I'm like, all right, but okay.
Yeah, a lot of these females didn't give a fuck about R. Kelly and what he was doing. They didn't give a fuck because half of them were getting money from him. Half of them were selling their kids to him.
Let me tell you, if R. Kelly goes to jail, there's so many parents that need to go underneath the jail.
Exactly.
You know how many parents were telling their children, have this type of picture with R. Kelly? You had girls telling the truth to Gail when they were talking about their parents said, if you don't do this with R. Kelly, we're gonna blackmail him and send all your pictures out. That's why I tell you, in the black community, the first person to put a price tag on your pussy is usually your mom. And then you got some of these ass dads who don't correct their mother. And I mean, it's sad because think about it. We've all been to high school. If you're a pretty chick and notice you're an attractive chick, how many of these chicks say they had a boyfriend who they know they shouldn't have been fucking with?
Man, I remember this day, Charles. I was fucking at fucking Denny's. I was supposed to go to work that night. It was a late night. It was a snowstorm. The truck was going to come late. So they told me to come in later. So I went to Denny's to go get something to eat. I'm sitting eating my food. I'm hearing these 2 chicks and this dude talking about how when she was fucking 14, how she went up to Atlantic City with this older dude. And she admitted that she knew what the fuck she was doing, but she didn't care because she knew the dude had money. So she was going to have some fun.
Oh, 14.
At fucking 14 fucking years old. These chicks know what the fuck they're doing.
We need to stop treating them like children, and we need to stop treating them like they're fucking ignorant of what's going on. Because most of the time, I'm going to tell you a really bad secret we don't like to tell. A lot of these chicks were more aggressive the first time you had sex than you.
Fast ass girls.
That's
real talk.
Art. Excuse me, Art.
Yes, sir.
So when you mention that shit, 2 things come to mind when I think about that. I remember American Beauty, the movie, as well as the stage performance, but I also remember the book that Stanley Kubrick's film Lolita is based on. It's that Lolita shit. A lot of girls like to exploit that shit, you know, because I mean, there's there was some shit. I remember a podcaster talked about some of that shit that was going on in the 70s and shit. I'm gonna try to find and send you all the link if I can, but I don't. No, it's not available. Sorry, it's no longer available. But the podcaster Dan Carlin, Common Sense. He was talking about Jimmy Savile and some shit like that, and he talked about how in the 70s and the 80s how it was like a lot of underage girls messing with rock stars and shit like that. And that was mostly in the white folks.
Oh,
Man, that was going on in the 60s, 50s, 40s.
Yeah.
I mean, look, that was going on forever, man.
Yeah.
You had not in it's every fucking race. Look.
Yeah.
Sam Cooke supposedly slept with Aretha Franklin when she was 12.
God damn.
There's a rumor about that shit.
God damn.
Where
Okay.
Sam Cooke
And she tried to present herself like that, right? And she probably made the first move, tried to initiate it, didn't she? If that was true.
I mean, if she had her first kid at fucking 15.
What's that Febo file? Did y'all see what Brian McMurray put in there? What's a Febo file? Y'all ever heard of that?
A what?
A Febo file.
That is someone who is. There's levels to the shit, but this is where I agree with what one comedian says. Like when you try to explain this shit, it does make you seem like a pedophile.
Yeah, pretty much. Just my own time.
R. Kelly technically is not a pedophile because a pedophile is
He's
someone
a pedorat.
is
By
a
law, a pedophile is somebody who's attracted to
someone who hasn't went through puberty.
That are
okay. Okay.
An pedophile is someone who has went through puberty, has breasts, hips, and all that, but they're not of legal age.
When somebody says,
Hold on, wait up. Let me
put
explain.
it to you. Hold on. What you have is statutory rape. I don't give
Yes.
a fuck. I can say the word. I'm a fucking professional. Fuck you, YouTube. I'm a professional. I've dealt with this shit longer than you had a YouTube. Fuck you. Okay.
All right.
Statutory rape is when you're under the age of consent.
Mm-hmm.
That's second degree rape. First degree is forcible. Or if somebody does not either threat of force, or
coercion.
Let's say not at their facilities, meaning somebody of mental retardation or drugged. Or a drunk. Somebody who cannot consent. So what happens is when people talk about these terms, oh, you're a pedophile. Let's say in the state of Maryland, the age of consent is 16.
Mm-hmm.
I slept with a girl that's 16 at 40. I could legally do it. Does it morally make sense? No, but legality, I could do it.
Right.
The reason why I think it should stay that way, and this is the only reason why I think it should stay that way, is because little girls lie about their fucking age.
But you know what, Charles? What's the age of people can get their license?
18.
16.
That's 16.
It used to be when I got it. It was 16.
Yeah, a teenager can get their license once they leave your house.
And a job.
They can do whatever they once they leave the house.
They can in the state of Maryland, you can be emancipated at the age of 16.
Yeah.
Up here, you can get a tattoo at age 18, but you can get piercings.
You're in a different country, Name. We're talking.
I know.
You're in a
You
different.
gotta realize something, right?
Huh?
You gotta realize something, right? All these women, and this is how you know women make no fucking sense. They'll talk about a guy who's 35 years old dating a 21-year-old. Oh, he's a pedophile. He wants to date girls. But when they were 21, could you tell them bitches anything? No, bitch, I'm grown. What's the fucking difference?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Hey, yo, I'm finna mash, man. I was supposed to make some tacos like 3 hours ago. Fuck, I'm hungry. I'll let y'all, man.
You know what he called tacos? He'd be like, his taco joint is called "It's Good, Cuz."
All right. Respect, y'all. Thanks for the sharp.
Woo! And you got to realize people come up with these terms of pedophilia. Number one, if he really was a pedophile, how could you legally charge him if it's a mental, sickness?
Well, that's the problem that's going on with like NAMBLA and all these other things. They're trying to make it something like the LGBTQ.
Yeah, it's like homosexuality, which was a mental disorder.
Yeah, they're trying to change it to where it's just a preference.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and that's the dangerous thing that's going on right now. It's like,
look, I will say this: a lot of these goofy motherfuckers. You remember them crazy ass evangelical conservatives from way back in the day? Remember, I tell them, I said, bro, y'all kind of proving them people right. Because even I didn't like them type of cats. And I lean more towards the right politically. I said, but they would talk about, oh, you opening the door. I said, y'all kind of actually proving these dudes right if y'all don't calm the fuck down with some of the shit that y'all trying to accept. We ain't got to accept everything. There needs to be a definitive line in the sand to say, here's the line. We don't cross it.
That's interesting you bring that up because, like, you see the hypocrisy in some of those dudes. Like, anybody remember Ted Haggard? Colorado, claiming he was stamping out the gay shit, and then next thing you know, you find out this guy was fucking with gay prostitutes and taking crystal meth. Now, what's his name? Jimmy Swagger.
I have sinned.
Yeah, but at least he was with a consenting adult. It was with a woman. And this whole thing you just mentioned, and
he was teaching her how to pray.
Yeah. And this thing you mentioned about Namblin shit art. Yeah, hang on. The thing is like, you know, they try to say like with their struggle is the same as the LGBTQ and gays and lesbians. They're trying to say no, it's not. They've been trying because they've been fighting this age-old stigma that everybody who's gay is as a result of being sexually molested as a child, and they're saying no. And they've been trying to stamp that out.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Because every time they open their mouths about their past, what happens? What's been said?
They've been touch funny. Statistically, most psychologists say that you'll find that is very common for them. They just don't talk about it anymore because they're trying to fight that little stick.
Then again, there have been people who've been touched, and guys can never open up about the fact that they were violated as children, had their innocence taken away from them. And if they open up and say that happened to them, they get stigmatized for it because they say, like, if you got touched, you're most likely going to go out and touch other people. It's like, no. Because most of those.
Or they say that they wanted it.
Yeah.
You know,
you can never.
You wanted that old woman that has no teeth in her mouth. You know, that sloppy seconds. Because I remember seeing a guy. I don't know if it was YouTube or whatever, and he was talking about his proclivities. I would just say that because it's Charles stream. I don't want to get shut down. About a older woman who was soliciting him for fellatio. And she was abusing him at the age of 5. And she was doing that to him to the point where he said he felt like he wanted to do it. So it was pretty much like a Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
And he, this guy was in his 60s, and this woman was just doing this to this boy.
And he couldn't talk to anybody about it because he knew he was going to get shamed and beaten and blamed for it. And then the Stockholm syndrome, it's like a defense mechanism of sorts. That trauma shit will fuck you up. But I just want to look up at what Louis Conyers said earlier. Everybody's talking about Sinful the P got passed away.
What? I think he's talking about that he's making fun of somebody.
No, somebody's been like, YouTube's been like, no, you put up with Conyers.
They said he passed away in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, he did?
Who's Sinful P again?
So somebody else from YouTube passed away, huh?
Yep.
Damn.
Yep. I mean,
R.I.P.
It's getting wild right now.
Hey.
Shit is getting way too crazy. Out of control. People dying and shit.
Today. That's all I got to say. I mean, shit. I mean, people die every day, man.
I know.
The only thing that you can do is just live for fucking today. That's the only thing you can do.
Very much.
War zones. I hear you.
I mean, shit, because he don't look like he was that old, but I mean, shit.
Looks can be deceiving.
Hey, man, who knows, man?
Hey, Chris Rock said it best, like when we were talking about earlier just now. He said, like, if a woman says she's in her 30s, she's most likely 40. And if a woman who looks like she's in her 20s but says she's in her 30s, she's most likely 40. And if it's the other way, she's probably it's probably 12 or some shit like that. Oh man, messed it up. But you get the point.
Speaking of Chris Rock, who's gonna watch his special? When that shit's supposed to air?
Well, which one is he gonna talk about getting slapped and shit?
I'm pretty sure he's gonna touch on it, but ain't he doing some live
He's
Netflix
doing
special?
He's doing right now. They're touring. He's doing the stuff with Chappelle. So whenever that shit is probably, if they gonna make you turn that into a special, but right now he's doing that.
It's probably gonna be on HBO or some shit, not Netflix.
I thought it was Netflix. I thought it was something live on Netflix. I thought.
Well, speaking of guys touring, Cosby's gonna be going back on the road next year.
Are you sure? Because a lot of people his appearances.
He's gonna be making appearances and he said he's gonna be touring.
He must be trying to pay off his lawyers.
Dog just need to sit in the house, man.
He must be trying to pay off his lawyers. That's why.
I don't think that's gonna play well.
I mean, if people want
I'm
to
just
see
saying,
him,
Cosby's old, man. Cosby, yo, dog, just ride it out at this point. Fuck it.
Why can't he just sue? Can't he just like sue the state for
because
lawful
you
imprisonment?
can't prove that they're lying or not. That's why. And the thing is, like this is the thing about having a passion. This might be just what the thing he likes to do. And so, I mean, are you really gonna tell a man who this is his passion that he can't do it no more? A lot of guys ain't gonna take that, especially they've been doing it for so fucking long.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then on top,
I'll tell a boxer that he can stop doing his fucking passion because it's over.
Then you got to think of
the
least you could do is give him back the money he put into the black community.
Yeah.
People get mad at this is the reason I'm gonna talk about this real quick. Okay. This is the reason why people like Umar Johnson I can't stand. You want guys who giving so much to the black community to die poor righteous, but you always ask for fucking money for a school. You want us to be like, well, Cosby, tell the motherfuckers who said Cosby was guilty, give back those degrees and those money.
Oh, we ain't gonna do that,
Too much common sense.
We're not gonna do that, Charles. I mean, that's too much money, man.
Yeah, that's too much
You can't
money.
give that money?
Yeah, but yet we got motherfuckers who would give the Umar Johnson, and he wants to talk about, well, shame on Kanye because of interracial dating, but yet you were found fucking with a stripper. I guess it's cool to fuck with strippers as long as they black.
Conscious stripper.
Because you're still in the gynocracy. That's why. If you fuck outside your race, that means you're trying to leave the black community.
Oh,
That's
Lord Jesus. Lord, Master said I can't go fuck nobody.
You're not going nowhere.
No, you told Harper to beat me. And I told him to hit harder, nigga. Like, I'm just looking at it like, the black community owes a lot of debt to fucking Cosby, but then you wonder why you don't have any loyal people when it's all said and done. You don't have their back.
How much money did he put in to put a lot of people into college? Especially Morehouse.
A lot.
A lot, man.
I remember when he was on Arsenio, the reboot of Arsenio. He explained to Arsenio why his late son Ennis went to Morehouse. What was the importance of him going to Morehouse? He even explained why HBCUs still need to be reformed and everything. Look what's going on with Coach Prime and shit.
So they can get the fuck over with Deion Sanders. Like I don't know why everybody tripping. And like Umar's that goofy shit he said, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's one dude. First off, everybody can't coach. Coaching is a skill all on its own. Charles, you a coach. You understand that, right? Coaching is a skill on its own. Everybody can't be a fucking coach. So to think that this man was going to create a movement, even though people say, well, that's what he said. Well, did anybody follow suit? Because it looked like it was just him. We didn't hear about nobody else doing it. So you can't get mad at him because he came in there, did his thing, and then he left. Nobody else wanted to pick up the mic.
Well, not only that, but it just goes to show how fucking ungrateful we are in the black community. That man Deion did a fucking hell of a lot for that fucking institution.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show the level of ungratefulness in black people.
Could you please repeat that for the fools in the back, angry black man?
It's a level of ungratefulness in us black people that you sat here and watched this fucking man and all he did for that school, not just the fucking ticket sales. He got the Walmart people to come in and put a new field in. Some motherfucking company donated new uniforms and shit. He personally upgraded
the locker room,
practice facility, and the weight room and shit. He did that out of pocket.
And what happened?
Fed those boys out of pocket.
Gratitude. And what was his thank you? They kept breaking into his apartment. They kept breaking into his office.
They steal his shit, breaking in his office, breaking in his fucking car. And then and then you got the nerve to talk shit about the man?
Where the fuck was security?
Because he went to go make $5 million? Black people make me sick with that shit, man. The same fucking black people who, like I said before, didn't give a goddamn about what is it, Division III football or some shit. You've never once bought any fucking Jackson State apparel. No nothing. Man, fuck you. But Deion Sanders has to be Jesus fucking Christ and carry the cross for everybody.
And not expect anything in return.
And this is on top of doing his job as the fucking coach, which was what Main Man was talking about. Just him alone coaching.
Black men who do anything for the community must die for the community. You're only a good black man if you die for the community. That's it.
Fuck that.
Fuck that, man. Sick of this shit with people. And to touch on what you said about Umar. Look, Umar, stop talking about other people and just admit that you can't get the fucking school together and be done with it already. Worry about what you're supposed to be doing.
I mean, it's sad we live in a world where, for example, you got Brittany Griner being traded for the fucking for a person of death, and but yet they're gonna tell us that the LGBT community is so what's the word we're looking for?
Grateful.
They're so oppressed.
First of all, she's black before anything, but she's too blinded to realize that. I think the song.
None of these motherfuckers believe in their blackness. They believe in being gay first.
They're gay first and black.
Then you got to realize she basically was speaking against her own country. But then when you get in trouble, you want to beg motherfuckers. You want to beg
when they told your ass not to go in the first place.
Well, when do black women listen? Trick question, they don't. They just don't.
Well, one black woman listened, and that was her teammate. But then again, that chick is from the Bahamas. She would, yeah. John Quayle Jones.
I mean,
I said John Quayle Jones, folks. I didn't say Junkyard. Don't get it mixed up.
Junkyard Dog.
Don't expect her to come out to whatchamacall, Queens. Another one bites the dust.
That'll be entertaining.
Rest in peace to Junkyard Dog. I just saw him on my feed.
Yep.
I'm just looking at shit now. I'm like, hey, you missed all the good shit when Hammer was here, Art.
Oh God.
You know the guy.
I'm just watching videos. I'm thinking, what the hell is wrong with this fool?
You know the guy who beats his dick like a Mortal Kombat fight.
Well, he has no reason to talk about anything black relationships or any relationship whatsoever until he is in one. I'm sorry. He is not in a relationship. He's never been in one. He's been used for fucking dates. I'm sorry.
He got finessed. Probably.
He is a pander. He's worse than a pander African. Shout out to AB Media.
I like that. Pander African. I'm just thank glad I'm from the other side. But yeah, I was wrong with this boy.
He's worse than a panda fucking African, man. Like
he's an actual African.
he needs to take his fucking full body waifu pillow and go somewhere.
I think I heard on the news recently that his full body dog got a protective order against him. Remember, Hammer? Remember this one lesson: if you're gonna buy your doll, if she has a runny nose, it's not because the doll is sick; it's because it's full. You know, there you go, folks.
Yeah, because he was promoting that shit. I was like, come on, man, really? Fucking a doll?
Like, damn, is it that hard?
I mean, shit, at least get a fleshlight. Shit.
For him, apparently it is.
I think he keeps one for when he's on the road, maybe, but who knows?
On the road. Oh my God.
The thing is, like, you know, women can have all kinds of toys, but they mock men for having fleshlights. I'm like,
but you know,
at least I'm not catching a disease.
But you know what? He said, fuck y'all choice. He gonna beat his dick like it owed him money.
Fuck it.
I remember the Tampa Supreme was mentioning, like, you know, his right hand's his girlfriend. I'm like, don't be saying that about him like that. You don't know if he's a southpaw, first of all.
Oh no. So if he's right-handed, if he uses his left-handed, would that be cheating?
No, that means he's Australian.
Oh yeah.
Who knows? He might be into three-ways. He might have a three-way with that, but who knows?
Well, you know what could happen? He could become the master of the stranger. Oh man, the master of the stranger. I heard when he goes to panels, he introduced himself as the master debater.
Oh God.
Well, he's sure as hell not a cunning linguist. Or
Master debate. I'm the master debater. I could beat anybody within 10 to 15 minutes, including myself. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. That was cute.
Did he come up?
He came up.
What did he say?
He would sound like Beaker from the Muppets.
Mel, by the way, the chef wanted to say,
that's an actual very accurate rendition of what he said.
The Swedish chef.
Yep.
That's a very accurate rendition of Hammer right there, what he said.
Well, at least it's not Animal.
Oh.
Animal got more sense than him.
Yeah.
I remember, not to change the subject, but I remember watching an episode of America's Got Talent because it was boring. There was nothing else to go on TV at that day. But apparently one of the contestants did a duet with Kermit the Frog. And the three judges on the panel were Animal, Beaker, and the chef.
Wow. Shoot.
I think Animal failed to realize you don't hit that button unless you don't. The button does not mean you approve. If you hit the button afterwards, like Kermit, ding, ha 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 ha.
Let me get out of here. We had a good show tonight.
Right.
For what it's worth, it was a classic. And remember,
World classic, man.
and remember, keep your hands to the skies and keep your hands off your Johnson. Oh man!
And if you're gonna keep your hands in your Johnson, point down, not up.
Oh no! Well, you know you're gonna get
what
an
the Biggie
eyeful,
said. What the Biggie says? Bust in a EYE.
You know, you're gonna get an eyeful and maybe even an earful.
Oh God!
So long, folks.
All right.
Woo!